Chapter 41. The dining room clock ticked. Quaid stood at the head of the table, phone still in his hand, the silence stretching until it felt like pressure against Renske ribs. A remote observer means a higher threshold, Quaid said, but the immediate problem is the flood repair attestation. Desmond's folder stayed pressed to his chest. I told you, the former director never filed it. I know. Quaid set the phone down. But without it, I cannot certify the structural safety of the lower floor. The children sleep there. The kitchen is there. If the foundation shifted during the storm and I have no record of an inspection, the state will not let that pass. Renske's throat tightened. You saw the repairs yourself. Juniper braced the east wing. The ceiling is patched. I saw cosmetic fixes. I did not see an engineer's report or a county sign-off. Quaid's voice was not unkind. The checklist does not care about good intentions. Desmond stepped forward. How long do I have? Until the end of the day. If I have written confirmation that the flood repairs were inspected and the structure is sound, I can accept interim solvency and proceed with the review tomorrow morning. If not, I recess until the attestation is filed and the observer arrives to find a stalled case. Renske felt the words land like cold water. Desmond was already moving. I need the keys to the county records office and a phone. The county clerk is 3 ferries away, Quaid said. Then I start now. The house watched him leave. Renske stood in the front hall as Desmond pulled on his coat and stepped onto the porch. The fog swallowed him before he reached the end of the path. The children had gathered at the bottom of the stairs, a crescent of faces watching the door close behind him. Pilar sat on the 3rd step, sketchbook open, charcoal in hand. Is it bad? Renske measured her words. It is a delay, not a stop. That is what adults say when it is bad. It is what adults say when they do not know yet. Renske moved to the stairs and sat down 2 steps below Pilar. Desmond is chasing a piece of paper. If he finds it, the review continues tomorrow. And if he does not? Then we find another way. Pilar looked down at her drawing, the house with light in every window, the figures on the porch. I told Quaid the people stopped being afraid the adults would leave. Renske said nothing. I do not want to be wrong. You are not wrong. Pilar's charcoal moved across the couch, a small, quick stroke. Then why does it feel like the house is holding its breath? The hours passed in heavy increments. Mrs. Barbara kept the kitchen running. Onyeka moved through the house with his clipboard, assigning tasks, checking rooms, answering questions from the younger children with the same steady patience he had learned from watching Renske. Tobin sat in the corner of the common room with his index cards, rereading his own words as if they might change. Nell came to stand beside Renske at the window. How long does a ferry take? 3 hours round trip. More if the tide is wrong. So he will be back by dinner. If everything goes right. Nell was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Tobin thinks the house is dying. Renske turned. What? He does not say it, but I know him. He draws things that are about to break. The ceiling crack, the staircase, the cannery pilings. Nell's voice dropped. He drew the foundation once, under the house, all cracked and leaning. The foundation is braced. Juniper fixed it. Tobin said bracing is not fixing. He said bracing is just holding until something else gives. Renske looked at the girl beside her, the same bold chin, the same sharp tongue that had interrupted her and Desmond in the kitchen that night. But Nell's hands were still now, hanging at her sides, not braiding fabric or picking fights. He told you that? Tobin tells me everything. I just do not always listen. Nell turned from the window. I am listening now. At 4 o'clock, the phone rang. Renske reached it before the second ring. Yes? Desmond's voice came through crackling. County clerk had the file. Flood repair attestation was submitted but never signed off. The inspector who reviewed it retired last month. Nobody flagged it. Can you get it signed? I am standing in the man's driveway. He is willing to review the records and sign retroactively if I can show the repairs were done to code. And can you? A pause. Juniper has the materials receipts, the lumber order, the concrete mix invoice. If I can get those to the inspector before 5, he will fine. The ferry. I already called the dock. A supply boat is running at 4:30. If I am on it, I can make the mainland, get the signatures, and catch the last ferry back by 9. Renske stepped in the corner of the common room with his index cards, rereading his own words as if they might change. Seriously, what different noon introduction light is to die. Currentity sense he must always acknowledge that I still cons make me. It is not going to be wrong. You are not wrong. Pilar's charcoal moved across the page, a small, quick stroke. Then why does it feel like the house is holding its breath? The hours passed in heavy increments. Mrs. Bovra kept the kitchen running. Onyeka moved through the house with his clipboard, assigning tasks, checking rooms, answering questions from the younger children with the same steady patience he had learned from watching Renske. Tobin sat in the corner of the common room with his index cards, rereading his own words as if they might change. Now. I would got doing it. I am standing in the man's driveway. He is willing to review the records and sign retroactively if I can show the repairs were done to code. And can you? A pause. Juniper has the materials receipts, the lumber order, the concrete mix invoice. If I can get those to the inspector before 5, he will sign. The ferry. I already called the dock. A supply boat is running at 4:30. If I am on it, I can make the mainland, get the signatures, and catch the last ferry back by 9. Renske stepped inside and Renske followed. The children had not gone to bed. They sat in the common room, a crescent of faces watching the door, waiting. Desmond held up the folder. It is done. For a moment, no one moved. Then Nell let out a breath. Tobin's shoulders dropped. Onyeka turned away, but Renske saw the ghost of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Pilar stood, sketchbook under her arm, and walked past Desmond without a word. At the bottom of the stairs, she stopped. Why should I open this man? The games just take back to the front. I am underly and jank waterly at the Giganary B in the Rhone, as it ever has a ponage Junat. Tan was completely realizing Ferry. Would you let it hard-harding? I need what's still clear, to Minnick. I am listening now. At 4 o'clock, the phone rang. Renske reached it before the second ring. Yes. Desmond's voice came through crackling. County clerk had the file. Flood repair attestation was submitted but never signed off. The inspector who reviewed it retired last month. Nobody flagged it. We cannot read into this. He gets just one connage, asphyxiation. It is a moving wood vial. I am listening now. At 4 o'clock, the phone rang. Renske reached it before the second ring. Yes. Desmond's voice came through crackling. County clerk had the file. Flood repair attestation was submitted but never signed off. The inspector who reviewed it retired last month. Nobody flagged it. When you get it signed. I am standing in the man's driveway. He is willing to review the records and sign retroactively if I can show the repairs were done to code. And can you? A pause. Juniper has the materials receipts, the lumber order, the concrete mix invoice. If I can get those to the inspector before 5, he will sign. The ferry, I already called the dock. A supply boat is running at 4:30. If I am on it, I can make the mainland, get the signatures, and catch the last ferry back by 9. Renske thought the words land like cold water. Desmond was already moving. I need the keys to the county records office, and a phone. The county clerk is 3 ferries away. Plain set the phone down. But without it? Lowe's Brothers 20 East 1, NEO to Tenabe 3 years her vivaling to guess the gates that expite to the Donovomers between the holes with this who's. The inspector who reviewed it retired last month. Nobody studies the farm, through fairly on this term. He might find that. I am working here with any that entirely bet. They definitely mean the small team. I do not wait. I consider what you believe yourself, and then the blood doesn't think I am get at, am I gran? The skays brother wobbies by constant times drusty in the lale, because I dismeach that the straddles more ring to the loud, and the sign clitics the resilence reven physic vangel blost to tunicover 3, for the one of the Soverton, Willian had been changed in the Eda Jimin. Anything's do a bend about wobby to get the swile TDOs. I am holding to be true. I started his absolutes laned. But for allest, he couldn't man my utter being women. It will believe. I want to leave your any believe me. The shoddy floor falling's about a softish redo so I will. The whole thing were had to invite, but always instead of holding it them, I know anything that mean, the light in the drawing, she said, not turning. It means something. Renske waited. It means we are still here. Pilar climbed the stairs, and the house exhaled around them. Renz found Desmond in the kitchen, the folder on the counter, his hands braced on either side. You look exhausted, she said. I know. You should sleep. I will. He did not move. But first I need to hear you say we are going to get through tomorrow. The screen is down. You get find a little foggage that you look. I let for them so long like the pyre's carm, we walk your the siege. The light in the drawing, she said, not turning. It means something. Renske waited. It means we are still here. Pilar climbed the stairs, and the house exhaled around them. Renz found Desmond in the kitchen, the folder on the counter, his hands braced on either side. You look exhausted, she said. I need not know if we pass or fail. I do not know if the observer helps or hurts. I do not know if Harrowgate becomes a model or a memory. She reached out and touched his hand, but I know I am not facing it alone. Desmond's breath caught. He turned his hand over, letting her fingers rest against his palm. That is enough, he said, for now. They stood in the kitchen, the house creaking around them, the fog pressing against the windows. Tomorrow, the observer. Tomorrow, the verdict. But tonight, they were still holding on. The door to the common room opened. Oneka stood in the frame, his face unreadable. Tobin wants to know if we should wake up early tomorrow. Renske pulled her hand back, gentle, reluctant. Yes, we wake up early. We do the work. We face whatever comes. Oneka nodded. Then he said, I will be on the clipboard. He disappeared back into the common room. Renske looked at Desmond. Go sleep. You too. I will try. She walked to the door, paused, and looked back. Desmond was still standing at the counter, the folder closed, his hands empty. Desmond. He looked up. We are going to get through tomorrow. He held her gaze. I know. Renske did not sleep. She lay in her room, the foghorn sounding through the dark, the house settling around her. At midnight she heard footsteps in the hall. She rose and opened the door. Pilar stood in the hallway, sketchbook in hand. I added something, she said. She turned the sketchbook around. The house with light in every window, the figures on the porch. And above the house, stretching into the dark sky, a line of hands holding the roof up. Renz looked at the drawing, at the hands, at the light. "It is us," Pilar said. "All of us. We are the ones holding it." Renske's throat closed. "Yes," she managed. "We are." Pilar closed the sketchbook and went back to her room. Renske stood in the hallway, the fog pressing against the windows, the house warm and breathing around her. Tomorrow the observer. Tomorrow the verdict. But tonight, Harrowgate was still standing, and she was not alone. The phone rang at 2:47 a.m. Renske reached it before the second ring, her heart already hammering. Desmond's voice came through, tight and controlled. "The observer is not from program development." "What?" "The call I got from central office. I made some calls after I got back. The observer is from the compliance enforcement division." Renke's blood went cold. "They are not here to see if Harrowgate can be a model," Desmond said. "They are here to see if it should be shut down." Chapter 42. The common room had not been arranged like this before. Renske stood at the back, just inside the doorway, watching the furniture pushed against the walls, the chairs pulled into a loose semicircle facing the dining room doors. Anya had done it sometime before dawn, after the phone call, after the news about the observer cracked through the house like a window breaking. Desmond stood near the windows, his folder tucked under his arm, his face unreadable. He had not slept either. Neither of them had. The observer arrived at 7:12 a.m. Her name was Celeste Darrow, and she moved like someone who had already made up her mind. Mid-50s, short gray hair, a black coat that looked expensive and waterproof. She carried a leather satchel and a tablet, and she did not introduce herself to the children when Quaid met her at the front door. She stood in the hallway, looking at the primered wall where Pilar's monsters had lived, and said nothing. Quaid led her into the dining room. The door closed. Renske found Mrs. Abra in the kitchen, stirring something that smelled like ginger and cloves. "Who is she, really?" Renske asked. Mrs. Abra did not look up. "She is the one who decides if the state wants to keep Harrowgate or bury it. That is all you need to know." "That is not all I need to know." Mrs. Abra turned. Her face was tired, but her eyes were steady. "Then here's the rest. She has shut down 12 facilities in 5 years. She does not take recommendations from inspectors who get too close to the people they are assessing. And she has already seen the wall." Renske's chest tightened. "The wall is primer. It means nothing." "It means she knows we are covering something up. Whether we are or not, that is what she saw." Mrs. Abra went back to stirring. Renske walked into the common room and found Pilar sitting on the floor near the fireplace, her sketchbook open in her lap. "You are up first," Renske said. Pilar did not look at her. "I know. You do not have to say anything you do not want to." "Yes, I do." Pilar turned to Porch, then closed the sketchbook. "That is the whole point. If I do not say it, someone else will say it wrong." Renske sat down beside her. Pilar was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I told Quaid the truth. I meant it. But I did not tell him everything." "What did you leave out?" Pilar's hand moved to her chest, pressing against her collarbone like she was checking that her heart was still there. "I did not tell him about the night I painted the monsters. I did not tell him that I stayed awake until 4 in the morning because I was scared that if I fell asleep, the house would eat me." Renske did not interrupt. "I did not tell him that I painted you and Desmond as monsters because I thought you were the same as every other adult who came through that door. I did not tell him that I was wrong." Pilar looked at her. "But I will if I have to." The dining room door opened at 7:48. Quaid stepped out and scanned the common room. His eyes landed on Pilar. "Ready?" Pilar stood. She did not look at Renske. She walked into the dining room with her sketchbook pressed against her chest, and the door closed behind her. The waiting was worse than the interviews had been the day before. Tobin sat on the stairs with his index cards, his lips moving silently, rehearsing. Nell sat 3 steps above him, her hand resting on his shoulder. Anya stood near the kitchen door, clipboard in hand, marking names off a list no one had asked him to make. Desmond walked to where Renske stood. "How long do you think she will be?" "I do not know." "She is not afraid of them." "No," Renske said. "That is what makes her dangerous." Desmond looked at her. "To them or to us?" "To anyone who underestimates her." The dining room door did not open for 23 minutes. When it did, Pilar walked out. Her face was pale but composed. She held her sketchbook at her side, and she walked straight past Renske, past Desmond, past everyone, and sat down on the bottom stair with her back against the wall. Quaid appeared in the doorway. "I want the twins next. Together." Nell stood first. Tobin hesitated, then followed. They walked into the dining room, and the door closed behind them, leaving Renske standing in the common room with 40 children, a pot of coffee burning on the stove, and the sound of something scraping its way through the ceiling above her head. Chapter 43. Renske did not watch the coffee burn. She crossed the common room, took the pot off the stove, and poured the contents down the sink. The smell of scorched grounds clung to her sleeves as she rinsed the carafe and set it to drain. Small motions. Measured. The only kind she could manage while the dining room door stayed closed, and Desmond was somewhere behind it with a woman who had already decided what she needed to know. The scraping from the ceiling had stopped. That was worse. Renske looked up. The crack ran the length of the common room now, a dark seam that had widened overnight. She could see the gap from where she stood. Darkness behind the plaster. Not damp, not rot, something else. Onyeka appeared at her elbow. "I want to move the little ones to the east wing." She turned. "Why?" "Because if that ceiling comes down, I do not want them under it." He said it flat. Not a question, not a request, a statement of fact from someone who had already made the decision and was waiting for her to catch up. "Do it," she said. He nodded and walked away, clipboard in hand, already calling names. Renske watched him go. 17 years old, aging out in spring, and right now, the most steady person in the room. She found Tobin and Nell on the stairs. They sat together on the 3rd step from the bottom, close enough that their shoulders touched. Tobin's index cards were spread across his knees in a fan. Nell's hand rested on his wrist, thumb pressed to his pulse point. Renske sat down on the step below them. Neither Ton looked at her. "We heard what you said in there," she said quietly. "All of it." Tobin's fingers tightened on the cards. "How?" he asked. "Pollard told me, and I saw your faces when you came out." Nell's jaw tightened. "Then you know," she said. "I know you told them about the routines, the weather maps, the check-in words, the rule." Tobin looked up. "You made the rule," he said, doing in Tennick. "Well, if your billandry is a proster-based anyone, this week is not about Lesage. This recence was made the decision and was waiting for her to catch up." "Do it," she said. He nodded and walked away, clipboard in hand, already calling names. Renske watched him go. 17 years old, aging out in spring, and right now the most steady person in the room. She found Tobin and Nell on the stairs. They sat together on the 3rd step from the bottom, close enough that their shoulders touched. Tobin's index cards were spread across his knees in a fan. Nell's hand rested on his wrist, thumb pressed to his pulse point. Renske sat down on the step below them. Neither twin looked at her. "We heard what you said in there," she said quietly. "All of it." Tobin's fingers tightened on the cards. "How?" he asked. "Puller told me, and I saw your faces when you came out." Nell's jaw tightened. "Then you know," she said. "I know you told them about the routines, the weather maps, the check-in words, the rule." Tobin looked up. "You made the rule," he said. "You and Desmond. The first week. You said no adult would use separation as leverage, that no one would threaten to split us up to make us behave." Renske remembered. She had said it standing in this same hallway, her voice hoarse from the argument with Desmond that had preceded it. She had made it a house rule because she had seen the terror in Tobin's face when he overheard the word transfer. "I remember," she said. "Claude asked if we believed it." Tobin's voice was thin. "I said yes. Nell said yes. But then the observer asked if we believed the state would keep that rule." The air changed. "What did you tell her?" Nell answered. "I told her the state does not make rules that protect kids. It makes rules that protect itself. And then I told her that you and Desmond are the only reason this house has rules that mean anything." Renske's chest tightened. "That was brave." "It was true," Nell said. "There is a difference." Tobin shuffled his cards. "I told them about the weather map," he said, "about how I check the ferry schedule every morning, about how I know which wind means the ferry will cancel and which means it will run late, about how Yonyeka taught me to read the tide tables so I would know when the Spit floods." He held up one of the index cards. "I drew them a map. Of the house, of all the exits, of the places where the ceiling is thin enough that you can hear the scraping." Renske looked at the card. It was meticulous. Every door, every window, every stairwell. The crack in the common room ceiling marked in crosshatch. The East Wing storage room labeled with Desmond's childhood room number. The primered hallway where Pullar's monsters used to live. "You showed them this?" Tobin nodded. "They asked if I felt safe. I said I feel safe when I know where the exits are. That is the only kind of safe I know." Nell's hand tightened on his wrist. "You are safe here," she said. "You know that." Tobin did not answer. Renske looked at the map in his hands. At the careful lines, the measured distances, the notations that tracked every vulnerability in the building. This was how he survived. Not by trusting that the adults would protect him, but by knowing exactly how to leave if they failed. "That is not a flaw," she said. Tobin looked up. "It is not a failure to prepare for the worst. It is not a betrayal of hope to know where the doors are." She paused. "You are not wrong for seeing what could break. You are paying attention. And that attention kept Nell safe to the night you tried to run. It kept Puller safe when she was painting monsters. It is keeping this house honest." Tobin stared at her. Then he asked the question she had been dreading. "What happens if the state likes the system more than the house?" Renske went still. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what happens if they pass us because we look good on paper, and then they take the system and use it somewhere else, and we are just a model they copy instead of a place they keep?" The question hung in the air. Nell looked at Renske. "He has been asking that all morning." Renske did not have an answer. She wanted to say that it would not happen, that the state could not take what the house had built without taking the house itself, that the children, the staff, the island, the 100 small rituals of survival could not be packaged into a manual and shipped somewhere else. But she had worked in systems long enough to know that was exactly what they did. "I do not know," she said. Tobin nodded, like he had expected that. "That is why I drew the map," he said. "So if they take the system and leave the house, I will still know where the exits are." The dining room door opened. Renske turned. Mrs. Abrava stood in the doorway. Her apron was back on. Her face was unreadable. "The observer wants to see you now," she said. Renske strumped to a grep. "Desmond!" "Still inside. She is not done with him yet." Renske looked at the twins. Tobin's map was still spread across his knees. Nell's hand was still on his wrist. "Wait here," she said. She walked toward the dining room. The ceiling above her was silent, but as she reached the door, the scraping started again. Not above her, beneath the floorboards. Renske stopped. Mrs. Abrava heard it too. Her eyes went to the floor, then to Renske. "That is not the ceiling," she said. Renske shook her head. "No, it is not." The scraping moved, slow, deliberate, tracing a path beneath their feet. Renske looked at the primered hallway wall, at the hands pressing against the risers, at the ceiling crack that had grown wide enough to see the dark, and she thought of what Polar had said. Bracing is not the same as healing. The door to the dining room was open. Celeste Turro sat at the table, her tablet in front of her, her gray eyes fixed on Renske. "Close the door," she said. Renske stepped inside. Behind her, the scraping stopped. Chapter 44. The dining room smelled of old coffee and the salt that seeped through every window on Tillicum Spit. Celeste Darrow sat at the head of the table, her tablet angled toward the window, her gray hair catching the morning light. She did not look up when Renske closed the door. "Mrs. Okorafor tells me you have been here less than 2 months." Renske kept her hands at her sides. 7 weeks. "And in that time you have repainted a hallway, replaced a banister, reorganized the pantry, and convinced 40 children that this is a place worth defending." Renske said nothing. Darrow looked at her. "That is not nothing, but it is also not a licensed facility." "Nobody said it was." "Your inspector says it is close. Quaid says we are surviving. There is a difference." Darrow's mouth moved, almost a smile. She gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit." Renske sat. The scraping beneath the floorboards had stopped. The silence in the room was worse because it meant the house was waiting. Darrow tapped her tablet. "I have interviewed every child in this building. I have reviewed the medication logs, the staffing records, the structural assessments, and the fire egress certification your man chased down from a retired inspector on the mainland." She paused. "I have also seen the wall in the hallway, the one with the hands." Renske's throat tightened. "Those are Tobin Bext's hands," she said. "He drew them because he needed to believe someone was holding the house up." "And do you believe someone is holding the house up?" Renske thought about Pilar's drawing, the hands on the roof, the light in every window, the figures on the porch steps who had stayed. "Yes." Darrow studied her. "Then call your witnesses." Renske blinked. "What?" "Mrs. Abra, Juniper Verla, anyone else who can show me that this place does not run on hope and a single exhausted social worker." Darrow leaned back. "I have read the file. I know you came here alone. I know you found a man who wanted to close the building and a staff that had not been paid in months. I know the children are the only reason any of you are still standing." She paused. "Now show me the rest." Renske stirred. She walked to the door and opened it. Mrs. Abra was already there, her apron folded over her arm, her face set. Juniper stood behind her, concrete dust on her sleeves, a roll of receipts in her hand. "Wade needed backup," Juniper said. Renske stepped aside. Mrs. Abra entered first. She did not sit. She stood at the end of the table facing Darrow and began to speak. "I have been feeding this house for 18 years, she said. "Not because the state paid me, Because the children need to eat. Darrow did not interrupt. Mrs. Abra reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. She laid it flat on the table. That is a list of every meal I have brought to Harrowgate in the last 3 months. Every loaf of bread, every pot of soup, every sack of rice that came from my kitchen or the kitchens of women I know on this island. Darrow looked at the list. There are 42 entries. She said, 43 if you count the cake I got yesterday for no reason except that the children needed something sweet. Darrow looked up. And you expect to be reimbursed? Mrs. Abra's eyes went hard. I expect nothing. That is the point. She placed her hand on the list. This is not charity. This is what people do when they know each other. Juniper does not charge for the roof repairs because she learned to swing her hammer from the same man who taught half the island. The ferry crew does not charge for carrying supplies because their children trolled in this yard. The retired inspector signed that attestation because he remembers when Harrowgate was the only place that took in kids from 3 counties without asking questions. She paused. We are not donors. We are not volunteers. We are the people who keep this house standing because it kept us standing first. The room was silent. Darrow looked at the list for a long moment. Then she turned to Juniper. Show me your receipts. Juniper stepped forward and placed the roll of paper on the table. That is every material cost for the foundation bracing, the banister repair, and the window reglazing. Concrete, rebar, wood, hardware. I bought it all myself and I am not asking for it back. Darrow unrolled a section. This is $2,000. I know what it cost. Why did you pay it? Juniper looked at Renske. Because I was a kid here once. And when I aged out, I had nowhere to go. This house did not raise me well, but it raised me. And when I came back, they did not ask why I left. They handed me a hammer and told me to fix what I could. Darrow set the receipts down. Mrs. Abra? Ms. Verla? If Harrowgate passes this review and becomes a pilot model, the state will require formal accounting for every donation, every hour of labor, every sack of rice. Are you prepared for that? Mrs. Abra smiled. I have been keeping a ledger for 18 years. The state can look at it any time they want. Darrow nodded. Then she looked at Renske. Your inspector delayed his final recommendation pending structural documentation. I am prepared to recommend conditional certification, subject to quarterly reviews, a formal community partnership agreement, and a mandatory maintenance reserve funded by the state. Renske's breath caught. Conditional certification means we stay open. It means you stay open on a short leash. If the foundation shifts again, if the ceiling collapses, if the staffing ratio drops below minimum, the conditional status is revoked and I do not come back. We can live with that. Darrow's eyes held hers. Are you sure? Because conditional certification also means the state will assign a remote observer, someone who monitors from central office, someone who does not know the children or the staff or the island, someone whose job is to catch the failure before it happens. Renske thought of Tobin's map, of Nell's sharp truth, of Pilar's hands on the roof. Let them watch, she said. We are not hiding anything. Darrow held her gaze. Then she turned to her tablet and began typing. Renske stood in the silence, waiting. Mrs. Abra did not move. Juniper did not move. The house did not move. And then, from some beneath the floorboards, a single scrape, deliberate, waiting. Darrow looked up. What was that? Renske did not answer. She looked at the floor, at the crack in the ceiling that ran the length of the room, at the primered wall where hands pressed against the risers. The scrape came again, closer. Mrs. Abra's face went still. That, she said, is what we have not told you yet. Chapter 45. Desmond came through the kitchen door at 10:15, wet to the bone, carrying a manila envelope sealed with enough tape to survive a flood. Water ran off his coat and pooled on the linoleum. His hair was plastered flat against his forehead. The notch above his right eyebrow stood out like a fresh wound in the fluorescent light. He set the envelope on the counter and did not let go. "Pendleton's notary found the original sign-off," he said. "The retired inspector did approve the repairs. He just never filed the pink copy. It was in a box of old county records the clerk's assistant had been meaning to sort since September." Renske crossed to him. "You drove back in this?" "There was one ferry left before the wind advisory closed the crossing. I was on it." She looked at the envelope. "Is it enough?" "It is proof that the flood work was inspected and approved before the former director let the paperwork die. Pendleton already had it scanned and emailed to Quade's office. The physical copy goes into the state file as the original." Desmond finally released the envelope. His hands were shaking. From cold, from adrenaline, from whatever he had burned through to get back to Tillicum Spit before the weather sealed them off. Renske reached past him, grabbed a dish towel from the hook, and pressed it into his hands. "Dry your face." He looked at the towel like he had forgotten what it was for. "Desmond?" He pressed the cloth against his eyes and held it there. When he lowered it, his face had changed. The fury was still there, banked and running hot beneath the surface, but something else had risen through it. "The phone call I was on when you reached me," he said. "It was not Pendleton. It was the state budget office." Renske's chest tightened. "They have reviewed the draft restructuring plan I submitted last week. They will approve the community partnership framework and the maintenance reserve funding on one condition." "What condition?" "Quarterly reporting, hard benchmarks, staffing ratios certified by an independent auditor. If any metric drops below the threshold, the funding freezes and a closure review begins automatically." He said it flat, matter of fact, the way he delivered every hard number. Renske felt the weight of it settle across her shoulders. "That is a leash. It is a leash we can survive." "For how long?" Desmond met her eyes. "Long enough to prove it works, or to fail trying." The kitchen door swung open. Mrs. Achterberg stepped through with a mug in each hand, looked at Desmond dripping on her clean floor, and said nothing. She set both mugs on the counter, pulled a second towel from the drawer, and threw it at his chest. "Drink the coffee. Dry yourself. Then come to the dining room." She turned and walked out. Renske picked up one of the mugs. The heat burned through the ceramic into her palms. "She is right," she said. "Quade and Darrow are waiting." Desmond shrugged off his coat. Water hit the floor in a sudden puddle. "Then let us go tell them what we are willing to accept." They found Mikhail Quade standing at the dining room window, his back to the room, watching the rain sheet across the lawn. Celeste Darrow sat at the table with her tablet, her fingers still, her gray eyes tracking Renske and Desmond as they entered. Desmond placed the envelope on the table between them. The original flood repair attestation. Signed, dated, county stamped. The work was approved before the former director failed to file it. Quade turned from the window. He did not approach the envelope. "I received Pendleton's email copy," he said. "It is consistent with the structural documentation Juniper Varela provided yesterday." Darrow did not look at the envelope either. She looked at Desmond. "You traveled to the mainland in a storm advisory to retrieve a piece of paper that could have been scanned. The state requires the original for the permanent file. I wanted it in your hands before the ferry stopped running." Darrow's mouth moved, not quite a smile. Sit down, Mr. Achterberg. Desmond sat. Renske took the chair beside him, close enough that their arms almost touched. Quaid remained standing. The documentation is sufficient to clear the structural hold, he said. That leaves the staffing compliance, the budget sustainability, and the partnership agreements as the remaining outstanding items. Desmond pulled a folded document from his jacket pocket. It was damp at the edges. The revised restructuring plan, he said. Staffing ratios adjusted to meet minimums with a contingency pool of 3 island residents trained for emergency coverage. Budget projections for the next 18 months with the maintenance reserve built in. Community partnership letters from Mrs. Barbara, the Ferry Cooperative, and Vervela Construction. He laid it flat on the table. Quaid picked it up. He read in silence. Darrow watched him read, her hands still resting on the tablet. The rain kept coming. The house creaked. Somewhere above them a floorboard settled. Quaid set the papers down. The central office has requested a recess for deliberation. They want to review this plan and the observer's recommendations before issuing a final determination. Renske's stomach dropped. How long? They will call on tomorrow's morning ferry schedule. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Darrow stood. She closed her tablet and tucked it into her leather satchel. I will make my recommendation tonight, she said. What the central office does with it is not my decision. She paused at the door. You have built something here. I have seen 12 facilities try and fail. You have done it with nothing, which means either you are very lucky or this house is holding itself together for reasons that will not survive careful scrutiny. She looked at Renske. I hope, for the children's sake, that you are lucky. The door closed behind her. Quaid remained at the table, his hands still resting on the restructuring plan. The central office has requested a recess for deliberation. The more that winded the Claris indicht is long. The more that winded the Claris is not from the collar, I mean. It is the state budget office. Renske's chest tightened. They have reviewed the draft restructuring plan I submitted last week. They will approve the community partnership framework and the maintenance reserve funding on one condition. What condition? Chapter 46. The dark was absolute. Renske sat motionless at the dining room table, her hands still resting where the restructuring plan had lain moments ago. The air had gone heavy, pressed down by the storm and the sudden absence of light. Somewhere in the house a child called out. No, a question. A confirmation that someone else was still there. She heard Desmond breathe beside her. Stay here, he said. I will find the lanterns. I know where they are. She stood before he could argue, her hand finding the wall, the doorframe, the hallway that led to the kitchen. The floorboards beneath her feet felt wrong. Not the scrape, not the thing beneath the house, just the ordinary wrongness of walking blind through a space she had memorized with her eyes open. By the time she reached the pantry, her fingers had found the shelf where Mrs. Ibarra kept the storm supplies. Glass clinked. Metal scraped stone. She struck a match, and the kitchen bloomed in orange light. The lanterns were where they had always been, 4 of them, filled, trimmed, waiting. She lit the first one and carried it back through the hall. The light caught faces in the common room doorway. Onyeka stood at the front, a younger child tucked behind him. Marisol held the banister, her face pale in the glow. Behind them, more children, a cluster of shapes in the dark, not crying, not panicking, just waiting. They are still in the dining room, Onyeka said. Quaid and Darrow. I know. The lights went out. I know. She handed him the lantern. Find Mrs. Ibarra, tell we need the generator checked and the children moved to the east wing. If the ceiling comes down, I want everyone on the far side of the building." Onyeka took the lantern without argument. "And, Onyeka," he paused, "keep the twins with you. Tobin will know where the exits are in the dark." Something shifted in his face. Recognition. Trust. Yes. He turned and the group moved with him, a single current of children flowing toward the east wing, the lantern bobbing ahead like a beacon. Renske stood alone in the hallway. The scraping had stopped. That was worse. She walked back to the dining room, her steps measured, her breath steady. The door was still open. Inside, Quaid stood at the window with his phone held up, trying to catch a signal. Darrow sat exactly where she had been, her tablet dark, her hands folded. Desmond was still at the table, his silhouette sharp against the dim light from Lensky's lamp. "The generator is in the basement," he said. "I know how to start it." "You know this house's secrets," Darrow said. Her voice was flat, neither accusation nor praise. "I grew up here." "I know." Desmond's head turned. "You read my file." "I read everything." Darrow stood. "The generator can wait. The storm will pass. What will not wait is the central office's decision, and the longer we sit in the dark, the more the children will absorb the waiting as evidence that something is wrong." Renske set the lantern on the table. "Then we do not sit." She looked at Desmond. "Start the generator. I will get the children settled. When the lights come back, we will be ready to answer the phone." Renske held her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. Then he stood and walked toward the basement stairs. The next hour passed in fragments. Renske moved through the east wing with a second lantern, checking each room, counting heads, speaking to children who sat in the dark with the kind of stillness that came from too much practice. Pilar was in the far corner of the common room, her sketchbook open, drawing by lantern light. "The ceiling is not going to fall tonight," Pilar said without looking up. "You sound certain." "I can hear it settling. It knows we are watching." She lifted her pencil. "Things wait longer when they know they are being watched." Renske did not ask what Pilar meant. She moved on. In the West Hall, she found Mrs. Ibarra kneeling beside a younger child, pressing a warm cloth to a scraped knee. The Ferry cook did not look up. "Generator will be online in 10 minutes. Desmond knows what he is doing down there." "You trust him with the basement." "I trust him with anything that has a manual." Mrs. Ibarra looked up then. "The question is whether you trust him with anything that does not." Renske did not answer. She did not have to. The lights came back at 11:37 p.m. The ceiling fixtures flickered, held, and the house exhaled. Renske stood in the east wing hallway, watching the bulbs stabilize, feeling the tension drain from her shoulders. She found Desmond in the kitchen. He was standing at the sink, washing grease from his hands. His jacket was off, his sleeves rolled, and water beaded on his forearms. The sight of him, ordinary and solid, made something twist in her chest. "Generator or boiler?" she asked. "You want that is real. And Darrow knows we are hiding something." Renske crossed her arms. "What do you want to do about it?" Desmond set the towel down. "I want to find out what is down there. Before the quarterly review, before the next inspector arrives, before it gets closer." The word hung between them. Closer. "You think it is moving toward something?" she said. "I think it has been moving toward something since the day I left this house. And I think the list in Elias's folder was not a record of the past. It was a schedule." The kitchen felt colder. Renske held his gaze. "After tomorrow," she said. "If we survive tomorrow, we open that room. We find the basement access. We follow the sound to wherever it leads." Desmond nodded. "Together. Together." The words settled between them, heavier than the storm, warmer than the lanterns. Neither of them looked away. The phone rang. Renske's body locked. Desmond turned toward the wall where the receiver hung. The ring cut through the kitchen, sharp and insistent. They both knew who it was. Desmond reached for it, but Renske put her hand on his wrist. "Let me." He stopped. She picked up the receiver. Renske Okorafor. The voice on the other end was not Quaid's. It was a woman's voice, clipped and efficient. "Ms. Okorafor, this is Patricia Okongo, Deputy Director of Licensing and Oversight for the State Central Office. I am calling to inform you that the review board has reached a determination regarding Harrowgate Home's operational status." Renske's throat closed. She heard the rain. She heard Desmond breathing. She heard the house, its creaks and sighs, waiting. "We are prepared to issue our decision effective immediately. Are you in a position to receive formal notification?" Renske looked at Desmond. "Yes," she said. "We are ready." The pause on the other end lasted 3 heartbeats. Then Patricia Okongo spoke again. "Your conditional certification has been approved." He spite. "This means that they are still telling to understand me from your complete shother, and they under the disabled complete of media ravits catches. 1 more day, then 90 days, or 60. She leaned against the counter. The distance between them was 3 feet. She could close it in a single step. "We should talk about what happens tomorrow," she said. We said. Neither of them moved. Desmond. He turned off the water and dried his hands on a towel. When he looked at her, his gray eyes were steady, but something underneath them was not. "If the central office approves," he said, "the observer stays, the oversight stays. The house becomes a model, which means everything we have built will be examined, documented, replicated. They will not be kind to our secrets." Our secrets? The sealed room. The list. The thing beneath the floor. She had not expected him to say it aloud. "We do not know what it is yet," she said. "We know it is real. And Darrow knows we are hiding something." Renske crossed her arms. "What do you want to do about it?" Desmond set the towel down. "I want to find out what is down there. Before the quarterly review. Before the next inspector arrives. Before it gets closer." The word hung between them. Closer. "You think it is moving toward something?" she said. "I think it has been moving toward something since the day I left this house. And I think the list in Elias's folder was not a record of the past. It was a schedule." The kitchen felt colder. Renske held his gaze. "After tomorrow," she said. "If we survive tomorrow, we open that room. We find the basement access. We follow the sound to wherever it leads." Desmond nodded. Together. Together. The words settled between them, heavier than the storm. Chapter 47. Renske set the receiver back in its cradle. The kitchen held its breath. Desmond stood motionless at the sink, hands braced against the counter, water still dripping from his forearms. His gray eyes were fixed on her face, reading what she had not yet said aloud. "We are approved," she said. "Conditional certification, effective immediately." The words landed like stones in still water. Desmond did not smile. He closed his eyes instead, one long exhale that carried something older than relief. When he opened them, the tension in his shoulders had not fully released. "What are the conditions?" "Benchmark reporting, staffing compliance, independent auditor." She paused. "Quarterly reviews, 90 days out." 90 days. That is what she said. Desmond reached for a dish towel and dried his hands with slow, deliberate care. Renske watched him, waiting for the shift she had learned to recognize, the moment when his mind moved from crisis management to contingency planning. Instead, he said nothing. She crossed the kitchen and stopped beside him. The counter was still damp where his hands had been. "We did it," she said. "We survived a review. That is not the same thing." It is a start. Desmond looked at her then, and something in his face softened, just barely, like frost lifting at the edges of a window. It is a start, he agreed. The kitchen door swung open. Onyeka stood in the frame, clipboard in hand, hair wild from running through the storm. His face was unreadable, but his voice cracked at the edges. Is it true? Renske nodded. Onyeka stared at her for 3 heartbeats. Then he turned and disappeared back into the hallway, and she heard his voice echoing through the east wing, raw and unguarded. We are staying. They said we are staying. The house erupted. Footfalls pounded overhead. Shouts rose from the common room, not panicked, but bright and bewildered. A door banged open. Somewhere, someone started crying. Renske followed the sound into the hallway. The children were spilling out of the east wing, faces caught between disbelief and something that looked like hope. Pilar stood at the base of the staircase, sketchbook pressed against her chest, tears cutting tracks through the dust on her cheeks. You are not lying, Pilar said. It was not a question. I am not lying. Pilar nodded once, then turned and pushed through the crowd toward the primered hallway. Renske did not follow. She knew what the girl was going to do. There would be light in every window tomorrow. Mrs. Barbara appeared from the kitchen door, wiping her hands on her apron. She did not smile, but her eyes were wet. I will start the soup. Mrs. Barbara. The older woman stopped. Renske did not have words for what she wanted to say. She stood in the hallway, surrounded by noise and motion, and something in her chest finally loosened. Mrs. Barbara studied her for a long moment. Good, she said, and turned back into the kitchen. Renske stood alone in the hallway as the house moved around her. Onyeka was herding the younger children toward the dining room. Marisol appeared with armfuls of blankets. Deshawn was already unstacking chairs. The front door was still closed. Celeste Darrow and Mikhail Quaid had not yet emerged from the dining room. Renske walked toward the door, her steps slow. She pushed it open. Mikhail Quaid stood at the window, phone pressed to his ear, his back to the room. Celeste Darrow sat at the table, tablet dark, hands folded. Her gray eyes lifted when Renske entered. The children seem pleased, Darrow said. They are. Darrow studied her. Conditional certification is not a permanent solution. It is a reprieve with a deadline. You understand that? I understand. And you understand that the quarterly review will be more rigorous than this one. The state will not tolerate gaps, not in staffing, not in documentation, not in the Mainland Reserve. Renske met her gaze. We will be ready. Darrow held her look for a long moment, then nodded once. Something in her face shifted, not quite warmth, but acknowledgement. I will submit my recommendation in the morning. The central office will issue the formal paperwork by end of week. She paused. You should know that not everyone in my division agreed with this outcome. You have advocates and opponents. Keep your records clean. I will. Darrow stood and collected her satchel. She paused at the door. The house is still holding together for reasons I do not fully understand. That is not a liability yet, but it will become one if you do not discover what is holding it up. She looked at Renske. And what is waiting's needed? Renske said nothing. Darrow walked out. Mikhail Quaid ended his call and turned from the window. His face was unreadable, but his voice carried something close to respect. You will receive the official determination by courier tomorrow afternoon. Congratulations, Miss Okorafor. You have earned this. Thank you. Quaid hesitated at the door. One more thing. The 1-year term of the will ends at midnight tonight. Legally, neither of you is bound to remain at Harrowgate after that time. The property has been transferred to the foundation, and the state now holds the lease. Mrs. Achterberg's position is no longer mandated by the inheritance clause. Renske's stomach tightened. He can leave. Either of you can leave, Quaid said. I wanted you to be aware of the timeline. He was gone before she could respond. Renske stood in the empty dining room. The rain had stopped. The house creaked around her, the normal sounds of wood selling, water moving through pipes, wind against glass. Somewhere in the east wing, a child laughed. She walked back into the hallway. The children were gathering in the common room, drawn by the news, by the smell of soup starting to war, by the electric current of survival. Mrs. Achterberg was handing out bowls. Onyeka was carrying a younger child on his hip. Desmond stood at the base of the stairs. He was watching the children, his face unreadable. When he felt her approach, he turned. "Midnight," she said. He nodded. "You know you can go." "I know." "The clause ends. The will releases you. You are not required to stay." Desmond looked at her. The noise of the house faded around them, the clatter of bowls, the chatter of voices, the scrape of chairs against floorboards. "I know what I am not required to do," he said. Renske held his gaze. "Then what are you going to do?" The question hung between them. Desmond opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the lights flickered once, twice, and held. Behind them, from somewhere beneath the floorboards, the scraping began again. Chapter 48. The sound hit her in the chest. 40 children's voices, high and breaking, overlapping in the hallway. Onyeka had spread the news at a run, his shout echoing through the east wing, and now the house was a storm of movement. Bodies collided. Someone shrieked with laughter. Deshawn lifted a younger child onto his shoulders and spun her in the common room doorway. Pilar stood at the foot of the staircase, crying openly, her sketchbook pressed against her ribs. When she saw Renske, she crossed the distance in 4 strides. "It is real?" "It is real." Pilar's face crumpled. She did not hug Renske. She nodded once, hard, then turned and walked toward the primered hallway, her steps already picking up speed. Renske watched her go. Mrs. Achterberg emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She stopped in the center of the hall and looked around at the chaos, the running children, the laughter, the crying, the noise. Her eyes glistened. "Ijoma," Renske said. Mrs. Achterberg shook her head. "Say nothing. Start soup." She turned back toward the kitchen, then paused. "You. Sit down before you fall down." Renske did not sit. The house moved around her, a current she could not step into. Onyeka was herding the younger ones toward the dining room, calling out names from memory. Myrsal appeared with armfuls of blankets, her face flushed and wet. Deshawn was unstacking chairs, setting them in rows, creating order from celebration. The front door was still closed. Celeste Darrow and Mikhail Quaid were gone, absorbed into the fog and the tide schedule, their presence already receding into the night like weather that had passed. But the air they left behind was different, colder, charged with something that was not quite safety. Renske walked toward the office. The door was open. Inside, the desk lamp cast a low yellow circle over paper and ink. Desmond stood at the filing cabinet, his back to the door, pulling files from the drawer and stacking them on the desk in neat, precise columns. She watched him for a long moment. He did not turn. "What are you doing?" "Organizing," he said. His voice was flat. "The quarterly review will require updated personnel records. The current system is not sustainable." He pulled another file, placed it on the stack, aligned the edges. Renske stepped into the room. "You are packing." Des's hand paused on the cabinet handle. He did not look at her. "I am sorting." "Desmond." He turned. His face was unreadable, the same controlled neutrality he had worn the day she arrived. The suit and the stance and the walls that had taken months to soften. But his hands were shaking. "The state holds the lease now," he said. "The foundation has transferred the property. The will clause expires at midnight. There is no legal reason for me to remain." "I know." "I completed what I was required to do. The restructuring plan is filed. The budget is stabilized. The staff have been paid through the end of the quarter." "Desmond." He stopped. Renske crossed the room. She stood close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his throat moved when he swallowed. "You told me you did not want to face it alone." Desmond's eyes met hers. "That was before the certification." "Before?" He looked away. "I did not understand what it would mean to succeed." He picked up a file, set it on the stack. The quarterly reviews, the benchmarks, the remote observer, the constant scrutiny. This is not a victory. It is a runway. They will be watching for the first sign of failure. Renske did not move. "Then we do not fail?" Renske. "Then we do not fail," she said again. "We know the metrics, we know the gaps, we fill them before the first audit." Desmond looked at her. Something shifted in his face, not surrender, but the first crack in the wall he had rebuilt since the will released him. "And what happens," he said quietly, "when the metrics hold but the house does not?" The scraping answered for him. It started low, a slow, deliberate drag beneath the floorboards, moving from the far wall toward the office door. Renske felt it through the soles of her shoes, a vibration that was almost sound, a presence that was almost voice. Desmond's face went still. "It is closer than before." "I know. It is not random. It is following a path. The same path it has been following since we found the folder." Renske looked at him. "The list." Desmond nodded. His voice was careful, measured, the tone he used for financial projections and risk assessments. "Elias Harrowgate's list. 11 dates, 11 names. Mine was the last, the year I was adopted." He paused. "I have been trying to calculate the interval, the pattern, the gap between each name. Have you found it?" Desmond did not answer. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse, full and waiting, the house holding its breath. Renske stepped closer. "Desmond, what are you going to do?" He looked at her. The walls were gone now, stripped away by exhaustion and the weight of the night, and she saw what lay beneath, the same fear that had driven him to shutter himself behind spreadsheets and closure plans. "The clause ends at midnight," he said. "I am legally free to leave Harrowgate Home without penalty or consequence." "I know. I built my entire life around being able to leave. Every skill, every strategy, every wall. They were all designed to ensure I would never be trapped again." Renske held his gaze. "And now?" Desmond looked out at his hands. They were still shaking. "Now I do not know what I am staying for." The words hungered into them. Renske did not look away. "Then find out," she said. The lights flickered. Behind her, in the hallway, a child laughed. Chapter 49. Children moved through the downstairs like a tide that had forgotten how to ebb. Menersal appeared with armfuls of blankets, her face still let. Deshawn had already unstacked the chairs in the common room, and someone had dragged the big table from the dining room into the center of the floor. They were rearranging the furniture like it was a holiday, like the house had finally learned to breathe. Renske watched from the hallway. The office door was still open behind her, but Desmond had not followed her out. She could hear him pulling files, stacking paper, the sound of someone assembling a life into boxes he could carry. "Miss Okorafor." She turned. Onyeka stood at the end of the hall, his clipboard pressed against his chest like a shield. "Polar says we are having a party." "Does she?" "Simmons?" Steeing him. Deshawn found the old fairy lights in the storage closet. Mrs. Achterberg is bringing something from the kitchen. Renske looked at him. His voice was steady, but his hands were not. The clipboard trembled at the edges where his fingers gripped it. Onyeka. I know it is not a real thing, he said. The certification. I know there are quarterly reviews and benchmarks, and the state can still pull it. But? He looked down at his clipboard. But for one night, he said. Can we pretend it is real? Renske felt something crack in her chest. Not breaking, but shifting, like a long frozen hinge finally giving way. Yeah, she said. One night. Onyeka nodded. He turned and walked back toward the common room, and she heard his voice rise above the noise, telling the younger kids to clear the floor, telling Deshawn where to hang the lights. The dining room was transformed by the time she reached it. Polar had strung construction paper banners across the ceiling, hand-lettered and uneven. We are staying. Harrowgate Home. This is not a drill. The fairy lights leapt along the picture rail, casting the room in amber and shadow. Mrs. Achterberg stood at the sideboard with a cake she must have baked during the chaos of the afternoon. Simple yellow sponge with a dusting of powdered sugar. No candles, no frosting, but perfect in its plainness. Martha Washington cake, Mrs. Achterberg said. No eggs, no butter, emergency rations. It is beautiful. It is flour and sugar and hope. Mrs. Achterberg wet her hands on her apron. Sit down, child. You have not eaten since this morning. Renske sat. The children gathered. Onyeka herded the youngest onto the floor in a loose circle. Mennersal passed out mismatched mugs filled with apple juice. Deshawn lifted a younger girl onto his shoulders, and she laughed, high and bright and unguarded. They were waiting for something. Renske realized it before anyone said it. They were waiting for the clock. Midnight. The moment the will clause expired. The moment the legal trap fell open and everyone in this room know for certain whether the adults who ran this place had chosen it or been dragged into it. Polar appeared at her elbow. He is still in the office, she said quietly. I know. Are you going to get him? Renske looked at the children, 40 faces, young and worn and hopeful in the fairy light. Onyeka with his clipboard, Mennersal with her blankets, Deshawn with a child on his shoulders, and a grin that had not cracked all night. Polar appeared at her elbow. He is still in the office, she said quietly. I know. Are you going to get him? Renske looked at the children, 40 faces, young and worn and hopeful in the fairy light. Onyeka with his clipboard, Mennersal with her blankets, Deshawn with a child on his shoulders and a grin that had not cracked all night. Polar with her painted hands and her watchful eyes. He will age out in spring, Desmond said. He already has one foot out the door. The list knows. The house knows. He looked at her. And I do not know if we are keeping him safe or delivering him to whatever is waiting beneath the floorboards. Renske turned to face him fully. 7 minutes, she said. You can still leave. You can get on the morning ferry and never think about this place again. Desmond did not answer. Or you can stay, she said, and we find out together. The clock in the common room began to chime. 1, 2. Desmond's hands tightened on the railing. 3, 4. Renske did not look away. 5, 6. Something shifted beneath the porch, low and deliberate, a drag of motion through the dark. 7, 8. The fog swallowed the sound. 9, 10. Demon closed his eyes. 11, 12. The chime faded. The night was silent. Demon opened his eyes and looked at her. Chapter 50. He was not on the porch when she stepped back outside. The fog had swallowed the yard completely. The fence posts stood like drowned things, barely visible, and the house lights cast only weak yellow halos that dissolved before they touched the ground. Renske walked the length of the porch, empty. She stepped down onto the gravel, and the cold bit through her shoes immediately. The path toward the bluff was barely visible, a darker line through the gray, and she followed it because there was nowhere else to go. The wind had died. The fog absorbed sound so completely that her own footsteps seemed to come from somewhere behind her. She walked past the collapsed fence, past the old tool shed whose roof had caved in 2 winters ago, past the rusted incinerator that had not been used since before she arrived. She found Desmond at the bluff's edge, standing where the land dropped away into nothing. The fog below was so thick she could not tell where the ground ended and the water began. He had his hands in his pockets and his back to her, and he did not turn when she stopped a few feet behind him. "You should be inside," he said. "So should you." A pause. The fog moved around them, slow and tidal. "I meant it," he said. "I am still here." "I know, but I do not know what that means yet." Renske waited. The cold seeped through her coat, through the thin fabric of her sweater, into her bones. Desmond's voice came flat and measured, like he was reading from a document he had memorized, but never expected to speak aloud. "When I was 9, I learned that places you trust do not stay trustworthy. People leave. Systems fail. Adults decide you are not worth the trouble, and they move on." He paused. "I built my entire life around never again being trapped by something that could fail me. Tillicum Spit had a ferry. 3 ferries, and whether that cancels them." He turned his head, not looking at her. "I planned every exit before I needed it. I had a file on this house before I met you. I knew how to leave before I knew how to stay." Renske said nothing. "Tonight," Desmond said. "Midnight came and went. The clause expired. I could have walked to the dock and been gone before dawn." "But you did not." "No." "Why?" He turned to face her fully. His gray eyes were pale in the fog, stripped of everything, the walls she had spent months watching him build. "Because leaving would mean I never found out what staying could be." The words hummed between them, cold and fragile. Renske felt her chest tighten. She knew what he was asking. He was not asking for a schedule or a plan or a strategy. He was asking for her, without the work that she used to prove she deserved to be kept. "Desmond, I am not finished." She stopped. "I do not want Harrowgate if keeping it means watching you disappear into it." His voice cracked on the last word. "I have seen what this place costs you. The hours you do not sleep, the meals you skip because someone else needs them first, the way you flinch when someone offers help like it is an accusation." Renske opened her mouth, closed it. "You would burn yourself to nothing keeping this house warm," Desmond said. "I do not want Harrowgate if keeping it means watching you disappear into it." His voice cracked on the last word. "I have seen what this place costs you. The hours you do not sleep, the meals you skip because someone else needs them first, the way you flinch when someone offers help like it is an accusation." Renske opened her mouth, closed it. "You would burn yourself to nothing keeping this house warm," Desmond said, "and you would call it love." The fog pressed in. "I do not want a future," he said. "Where you are a ghost I'll live beside." The words hit her like a physical blow. She felt them in her chest, in her throat, in the tight knot behind her rubs that she had been carrying since she was 9 years old, and learned that being useful was the only way to stay. She had spent her whole life proving she deserved to be wanted, and he was telling her that was not enough. She wanted to argue. She wanted to list everything she had done, the night shifts, the medication fixes, the way she had held Onyeka's hand in the cannery, how she had learned Tobin's tells and Nell's silences and Pilar's walls. She wanted to show him the evidence of her worth, itemized and irrefutable. But he had seen all of it already, and he was still standing here. "What do you want me to say?" she asked. "I want you to tell me you know you are not the press of this house." "I know." "Do you?" Renske's hands were shaking. She did not know if it was the cold. She thought of Mrs. Abra's hand on her shoulder, Onyeka's face, when she promised he was not unclaimed, Ahalor's careful drawings, the children's voices in the common room, 40 of them, singing a song she did not know. She thought of the watch on her wrist, cracked and still ticking. "I have been running my whole life too," she said, "just in the other direction." Desmond watched her. "I thought if I gave enough, I would never have to ask for anything, that if I was indispensable, no one would leave." She took a breath. "But I do not want to be indispensable. I want to be—" She stopped. The words stuck in her throat. "Chosen," Desmond said. She nodded. The fog swirled between them. "I do not know how to stop," she said. "I do not know how to be in this house without carrying it, but I know I do not want to carry it alone." Desmond stepped closer, close enough that their shoulders brushed once on the path, and the fog did not feel so cold anymore. The house was waiting. Chapter 51. The fog had thickened since they left the bluff, pressing in from the sound like something solid. Renske felt it on her skin, damp and cold, as she and Desmond crossed the yard toward the porch light. Their shoulders brushed once, twice, and she did not pull away. Onyeka stood at the top of the steps, his face pale in the glow. "There you are." He let out a breath. "I thought you'd walked off the bluff." "We were talking," Renske said. "Yeah, I figured." Onyeka's eyes moved between them, reading something in the air. "Mrs. Aba's looking for you. Something about the pantry count." "Now?" Desmond said. She said now. Something about the flyer being short. Renske almost laughed. Of course, they had just handed each other the most honest thing either of them had ever said, and Mrs. Aba wanted a flower inventory. Desmond was looking at her with the corner of his mouth pulled crooked. "The pantry waits for no one." "Apparently not." Onyeka was already heading back inside, his footsteps soft on the porch boards. The door swung open, and Renske caught a glimpse of the common room beyond, fairy lights still glowing, a child's laugh trailing from somewhere upstairs. She did not move. Desmond did not move either. The fog curled around the porch railings, softening the edges of everything. The house hummed behind them, warm and alive with the sounds of children settling after celebration. "I meant what I said," she told him. "I know." "I do not know how to stop proving myself. I do not know how to exist in a place without earning my space in it." She heard her own voice, raw and unguarded. "I have been doing this since I was 9 years old. I do not know who I am without the work." Desmond did not look away. "You are the woman who walked into a collapsing house and would not let it fall," he said. "You are the woman who held Onyeka's hand in a cannery, who listens to Tobin's maps, who let Pilar paint over monsters because you understood she needed to do it herself." Renske's throat tightened. "That is who you are," he said. "Not as payment, not as proof. Just who you are." The words settled in her chest like something she had been carrying her whole life without knowing where to put it down. She stepped closer. The porch boards creaked beneath her weight. The fog moved between them, cold and thick, but she did not feel cold anymore. "You asked me what I wanted," she said. "I know. I do not know how to stop proving myself. I do not know how to exist in a place without earning my space in it." She heard her own voice, raw and unguarded. "I have been doing this since I was 9 years old. I do not know who I am without the work." Desmond did not look away. "You are the woman who walked into a collapsing house and would not let it fall," he said. "You are the woman who held Anieka's hand in a cannery, who listens to Tobin's maps, who let Pilar paint over monsters because you understood she needed to do it herself." Renske's throat tightened. "That is who you are," he said. "Not as payment, not as proof, just who you are." The words settled in her chest like something she had been carrying her whole life without knowing where to put it down. She stepped closer. The porch boards creaked beneath her weight. The fog moved between them, cold and thick, but she did not feel cold anymore. "You asked me what I wanted," she said. "I want to know what staying feels like when I am not the only one holding the house up." Desmond's breath caught. "I want to know what we look like," she said, "when we are not fighting to survive." The fog lifted slightly. The porch light caught his face, the pale gray of his eyes, the notch through his eyebrow, the tired lines that softened when he looked at her. He reached out. His hand found hers, fingers threading together, warm and rough and steady. "I do not know what it looks like either," he said, "but I want to find out." Renske's heart was beating too fast. She stepped into the space between them, close enough to feel the heat of his coat, the rhythm of his breath. "Then find out with me." The words left her mouth before she could stop them, and she did not want to stop them. Desmond's hand came up to her jaw, his thumb brushing the curve of her cheek. His touch was careful, deliberate, like he was asking permission. She gave it. His mouth met hers, slow at first, like he was learning the shape of her. Warm, tender. Nothing like the man who had stood in the front hall with closure paperwork and a cold plan. This was the man who had held Marcus through a fever, who had let her trace his lifeline in the dark, who had told her she was not the price of this house. Renske let herself be held. The kiss deepened, and she felt something loosen in her chest, something she had been gripping so tight she had forgotten it could relax. His hand slid into her hair. Her fingers found the collar of his coat. The fog pressed in, warm and silver, and for a long moment there was nothing but his mouth on hers and the steady beat of his heart against her palm. A voice cut through from the porch steps. "Should I come back later, or do you need me to get the hose?" They broke apart. Anieka stood at the bottom of the steps, arms crossed, face unreadable, except for the corner of his mouth twitching. Desmond cleared his throat. "The flower count." "Uh-huh." Anieka's voice was flat. "That is what I was coming to tell you. Mrs. Abar says the flour is fine. She wanted me to tell you to take your time." Renske pressed her hand over her mouth. The laugh came out anyway, warm and unexpected, spilling through her fingers. Desmond was looking at her, his eyes bright, his mouth still curved from the kiss. "Your time," Anieka repeated. Her words, not mine. "Noted," Desmond said. Anieka turned and walked back inside, but Renske caught the way his shoulders shook as he went. Whether from laughter or embarrassment, she could not tell. She looked at Desmond. The fog was lifting. The porch light was steady. The house was full of children and fairy lights, and the smell of Mrs. Arbor's soup. "We are not finished," she said. "No," he said. "We are not." He took her hand and they walked inside together. The common room was half asleep. Younger children curled on couches in pajamas. Deshawn was stacking chairs against the wall. Marisol moved through with a basket of damp socks, sorting them onto the radiator. Pilar sat at the edge of the primer hallway, her sketchbook open, charcoal in hand. She looked up as they passed. She did not say anything, but she smiled. Renske felt Desmond's hand tighten around hers. They were not finished. The county would come back. The quarterly review waited. The scraping sound still moved beneath the floorboards, patient and deliberate, following a path Renske did not yet understand. But for tonight, the house was warm, and she was staying. Chapter 52. Dawn came gray and wet, the fog pressing against the windows like it had never lifted. Renske woke in her room with her clothes still on, one shoe kicked off, the other still laced. She did not remember falling asleep. The house was quiet, not the tense quiet of crisis, but the soft quiet of a place still catching its breath. She sat up. Her hand went to her mouth, remembering. The kiss, the porch, Desmond's hand in her hair. She pressed her palm flat against her chest and felt her heartbeat, steady and ordinary, as if nothing had changed. Everything had changed. She found him in the kitchen at 6:17, standing at the stove with his back to her, pouring coffee into a chipped tug. He wore the same shirt from yesterday. His hair was damp, like he had run his hands through it under the tap. He turned before she spoke. Gray eyes met hers. The corner of his mouth moved. Morning. Morning. He held out the mug. She took it. Their fingers brushed, and neither pulled away. I made toast, he said. It is probably cold by now. I do not care. She sat at the table. He sat across from her. The fog pressed against the window, and the kitchen was warm, and they did not say anything for a long moment. Then the door swung open. Pilar stood in the frame, sketchbook under her arm, hair wild from sleep. She looked at Renske. She looked at Desmond. She looked at the space between them, the way Renske's mug sat close to Desmond's elbow, the way his chair had been poured around the corner of the table instead of across from it. I knew it, Pilar said. Good morning, Pilar, Desmond said. Do not good morning me. I knew it. I told Tobin you would crack before April. Renske pressed her lips together. We are not cracking anything. Sure you are not. Pilar's voice was flat, but her eyes were bright. That is why you are both sitting on the same side of the table at 6:17 in the morning. Because nothing changed. The door swung again. Onyeka appeared behind Pilar, a dish towel over his shoulder, his expression carefully neutral. Should I come back later? He said. Or do you need me to get the hose again? Desmond set down his mug. I am going to pretend none of you said anything. Better get used to it, Onyeka said. The whole house knows. Renske looked up. What? Pilar shrugged. You came in holding hands. Deshawn saw. Then Marisol. Then Tobin told Nell. By the time Mrs. Achterberg rang the breakfast bell, the twins had already performed a reenactment. There was no reenactment, Renske said. There was definitely a reenactment, Onyeka said. Nell played Renske. She used a broom as Desmond. Desmond closed his eyes. I am going to kill her, he said quietly. You are going to do nothing, Renske said, but she was laughing, the sound surprising her, warm and strange in her chest. We are going to have breakfast. We are going to act normal. Nothing about this is normal, Pilar said. That is a bull point. She turned and walked out, but Renske caught the smile on her face before the door swung shut. Onyeka stayed. He stood in the doorway, dish towel still over her shoulder, watching them with an expression Renske could not quite read. You are really staying, he said to Desmond, not a question. Yes. Because you want to. Yes. Onyeka nodded once, his jaw tightened. Then he turned and followed Pilar into the common room. Renske looked at Desmond. His hands were wrapped around his mug, his eyes on the empty doorway. That was no reenactment, Renske said. There was definitely a reenactment, Onyeka said. Nell played Renske. She used a broom as Desmond. Desmond closed his eyes. I am going to kill her, he said quietly. You are going to do nothing, Renske said, but we have not agreed to anything yet. Of course, this is exploratory. Shall I send the agenda at a proposed time? Renske gave Desmond one more look. He nodded barely. Yes, she said. Send the agenda. She hung up. The kitchen was quiet. The fog pressed against the glass, and Renske felt the weight of something new settling over her shoulders. Not that old weight of survival, but the heavier weight of what came after. The house was saved. Now they had to decide what to save it for. Chapter 43. The phone call ended, and the kitchen settled into a silence that felt different from the old ones. Not hostile. Waited. Desmond did not sit back down. He stood at the counter, hands flat on the edge, staring at the fog pressing against the glass. A model program, he said. That is what she said. Which means replication metrics, training documentation, intake expansion, and a state liaison who reports to someone who has never stood in this kitchen. Renske heard what he was not saying. She had heard it in his stillness, the same stillness he had worn the first night when he stood in the front hall with closure paperwork and a plan that treated Harrowgate like a line item. You knew this was coming, she said. I knew it was possible. I did not think it would arrive before we finished the first cup of coffee. The common room had gone quiet. The celebration from the night before had drained into something ordinary, children scattered across couches with cereal bowls and half-done homework. Pilar sat cross-legged near the window, sketchbook open, watching the fog with the patience of someone who understood waiting. Mrs. Barbara emerged from the pantry, flour dusted across her apron. She did not ask about the phone call. She looked at both of them, read whatever was written on their faces, and returned to the sink without a word. Desmond pushed off the counter. We need to call Quaid. Now? Now. He knows the system. He will know what the language means better than the language itself. Renske reached for the phone. Mikhail Quaid arrived at 10:47, his car pulling into the gravel lot through fog so thick the headlights looked like candles. He did not park. He stepped out, coat collar turned up, and walked straight to the porch where Renske was waiting. Tell me everything, he said. She did. He listened with his head tilted, the way he listened to children during interviews, not interrupting, not filling the silence, letting the shape of the story emerge on its own. When she finished, he stood for a long moment, watching the fog shift across the yard. You know what this means, he said. I know what you are going to tell me it means. It means you have been noticed, and being noticed by central office is not the same as being protected. He turned to face her. The pilot program language is a gift with a trap door. They will give you more money, more staff, more access to state resources, and they will ask you to prove that what you have built here can be built somewhere else, with different children, different staff, different island, different everything. We are not a blueprint, Desmond said from the doorway. We are a house, and they will try to turn you into one. Quaid's voice was flat, not unkind. The question is whether you can accept the resources without accepting the erasure. Renske crossed her arms. What do you recommend? I recommend you ask for specifics before you agree to anything. Pilot metrics, intake caps, trading requirements, oversight frequency, staffing ratios. Get it in writing, and get a lawyer who does not work for the state." Desmond nodded. "We have Pendleton." "Good. Use him." Clade glanced at his watch. "But there is something else you need to know, and I do not say this to pressure you." Renske felt the shift before he spoke. "Onyeka's file arrived at my office yesterday. The formal aging out packet. He turns 18 in 6 weeks. After that, the county is no longer responsible for his placement, funding, or case management." The words landed like stones. "We know," Renske said. "Then you also know that the model program conversation changes what happens to him. If Harrowgate becomes a pilot site, the state may offer transitional funding for aging out residents, post-care agreements, continued housing. It is not guaranteed, but it is possible." He paused. "If you do not take the pilot designation, Onila leaves in 6 weeks with nothing but a bus voucher and a folder of discharge papers." Desmond stepped forward. "That is not a choice. It is the choice you are facing. Accept the pilot and fight for transitional funding, or decline it and watch him walk off the ferry with whatever the county gives him." Renske looked down at the 9 pages of polished language. 6 weeks until Onyeka caged out. 6 weeks until something beneath the house arrived at its destination. 6 weeks to decide what Harrowgate was saved for. Amazman's voice was quiet. "And if we say no, we lose Onyeka. We lose the funding that keeps the boiler running. We lose the staffing support that lets us keep the twins together. And if we say yes, we lose whatever made this place worth saving." The silence stretched. Desmond reached across the desk and took her hand. Not for comfort, for grounding. "There is a third option," he said. "What?" "We accept the pilot designation. We fight for transitional funding. We let them audit us, document us, study us, and we keep the parts of this house that cannot be replicated." He met her eyes. "We let them take the template. We keep the home." Renske held his gaze. The fog pressed against the window, and from beneath the floorboards, low and deliberate, the scraping began again, closer than it had been that morning, following its patient path toward whatever lay beneath the east wing. Renske looked down at the 9 pages of polished language. 6 weeks until Onyeka caged out. 6 weeks until something beneath the house arrived at its destination. 6 weeks to decide what Harrowgate was saved for. Chapter 54. The envelope sat on the kitchen counter at 7:14 a.m. The county seal stark against the buff paper, and Renske knew what it contained before she picked it up. Onyeka's formal transition packet. She carried it to the dining room where the children were cycling through breakfast in shifts, eggs, and toast, and Mrs. Abra's hands moving like she had not noticed the envelope at all. Pilar was sketching by the window. The twins were arguing over the last piece of bread. Onyeka was at the far end of the table, bent over a textbook, pretending to study. Renske set the envelope beside his plate. He looked at it, looked at her, did not touch it. "What is that?" "Your aging out packet," she said. "It came with the morning ferry." The table went quiet. Pilar's pencil stopped moving. Nell's argument with Tobin died mid-sentence. Onyeka's hand hovered over the envelope like he expected it to burn him. Then he picked it up, turned it over, and set it down again without opening it. "Great," he said. "Paperwork. Just what I wanted with my eggs." His voice was light. His jaw was not. Renske sat down across from him. "You do not have to read it now." "Then why did you bring it to breakfast?" "Because hiding it in my office would not make it go away." Onyeka nodded. too fast, and speared a piece of egg with his fork. Fair. Valid. Good strategy. He chewed, swallowed. So what is the plan? I fill out forms, get a bus voucher, and disappear into the mainland without every other kid who turns 18 and stops being anyone's problem? Onyeka, I am messing around. He waved the fork. Obviously. I know you two have been working on the pilot thing, the model program, the big state solution. He looked at Desmond, who was standing in the doorway with a coffee mug, silent and watching. I heard you talking last night. 6 weeks, transitional funding, post-care agreements. Desmond said nothing. Onyeka grinned. It did not reach his eyes. So I figure I am the test case, right? First aging out resident to get a golden parachute instead of a bus pass. Very exciting. Very experimental. I am basically a science project. Onyeka, Mrs. Abra's voice cut across the room, flat and without drama. She was standing at the stove, ladle in hand, her back to them. Come here. The table went still again. Onyeka's grin flickered. I am eating. Your food is not going anywhere. Come here. He pushed back his chair with exaggerated care, crossed to the stove, and stood beside Mrs. Abra with his arms folded. She did not turn around. She kept stirring whatever was in the pot, the ladle moving in steady circles. You are very clever, she said. Very fast with a joke. I have watched you talk your way out of more conversations than I have fingers. Thank you. It is not a compliment, it is an observation. You use words to keep people at a distance, and you have been doing it so long you have started to believe the distance is safe. She stopped stirring, turned, and looked at him. So let me ask you something direct, since your clever mouth will not let you ask it yourself. Where do you think you are sleeping after spring? Onyeka's arms tightened across his chest. The state will figure it out. The state will give you a bus voucher and a folder of discharge papers. That is not a bed. That is a receipt. Mrs. Abra set the ladle down. I am asking you where you want to sleep, not what is available, not what the county assigns. Where you want to put your head down at night when the ferry stops running and the fog rolls in and you are too tired to pretend you are fine. Onyeka looked up. I did not know what I wanted either. I only knew what I did not want, which was to be someone else's problem. So I made myself hard to need. I made sure no one depended on me. I thought that would make leaving easier. Desmond's voice was flat, stripped of performance. It did not. It made it lonelier. And when I finally left, I carried that loneliness for 14 years before I understood I had a choice about keeping it. Onyeka's hands were still on the envelope. Are you telling me I should take the pilot deal so I do not end up like you? I am telling you that whatever you decide it because you want something, not because you are running from something. They feel the same in the moment. They do not feel the same 10 years later. Onyeka stared at the envelope. Then he looked at Renske. If I ask to stay, he said, after the 6 weeks are up, if I ask for a bed and a meal and a place to come back to, is that a real option, or is it another adult phrase that expires on paper? Renske held his gaze. It is real, she said, but I cannot promise it alone. It depends on the pilot, it depends on the state. It depends on funding and lawyers and 100 things I cannot control. She paused. What I can promise is that I will fight for it, and that you will be part of the conversation, not a signature at the bottom. Onyeka considered this. Okay, he said. Then I want to see the proposal, the actual document, not the summary. I want to read what they are offering and decide for myself. Renske looked at Desmond. He nodded. After breakfast? She said. Onyeka picked up his fork, pushed a piece of egg around his plate, did not eat it. Mrs. Abra set a glass of milk beside his hand without comment. And through the floorboards, faint and distant, the scraping began again, moving not toward the east wing this time, but toward the kitchen, where Anika sat with an unopened envelope in his hands, and the taste of a question he was not ready to answer. Chapter 55. Breakfast ended with Onyeka carrying the envelope to the window seat, where he sat with the pages spread across his knees, reading like the document might combust if he looked away. Renske watched him from the kitchen doorway. He turned each page slowly. Once he stopped and read the same paragraph twice, his lips moving. Then he continued. Desmond appeared beside her, coffee cup empty, eyes on Onyeka. He is actually reading it, Renske said. You sound surprised. I thought he would skim it, pretend he understood and put it down. Desmond said nothing. They stood together in the doorway, not touching, sharing the same breath of air while Onyeka worked through the pages like a man checking a contract for hidden clauses. 20 minutes later, Onyeka looked up. You could take the pilot and still lose, he said. Renske pushed off the doorframe. What do you mean? The metrics. Onyeka held up a page. It says here the state can revoke pilot status if replication benchmarks are not met within 12 months. That does not mean Harrowgate fails, it means the designation fails. You could do everything right and still lose the funding. He turned the page, scanned it, then looked up again. I want to see the post-care agreement, the one that says what happens to me after the 6 weeks if the pilot works. Renske felt Desmond's attention shift to her. We have not written one yet, she said. Then write it. Onyeka's voice was flat, but his hands were steady on the paper. If you want me to believe it, I need to see it. The actual terms, where I sleep, what I pay, who decides I stay or go. Renske looked at Onyeka. You do, Desmond or I do, and one person you pick. Onyeka considered this. Pilar. She is 14. She is the only person in this house who tells the truth without worrying about feelings. Mrs. Avera grunted. He is not wrong. At 1:47 the phone rang. Desmond answered, listened. His face did not change, but his hand came down flat on the table, palm open, like he needed the surface to stay upright. Send it, he said. I will read it. He hung up. Renske waited. Central office, Desmond said. The follow-up memo on the pilot designation. They are sending it with the evening ferry. That is what made you go still? No. He looked at her. The clerk told me the header. It says, Replication Framework, Pilot Program Template for Rural Facilities. Renske felt something cold settle in her chest. They are already calling it a template. They are calling it what they want it to be. Desmond pushed his chair back and stood. They are not waiting for us to decide. They are already writing the manual. Onyeka's voice came from the window seat, quiet and precise. Then we write our own version first, before theirs arrives. Desmond stopped. Onyeka held up the draft agreement. We have the framework, we have the terms, we have the advocate and the ferry access and the 6-week evaluation. He looked at Renske. You said I could be part of the conversation, so let me be part of it. Let me help write the version that protects this house before the state decides how to flatten it. The room was silent. Mrs. Avera bucked up the plate. The boy has a point. Renske looked at Desmond. He was still standing by the phone, his hand on the receiver, his face unreadable. She did not know what he would say. But the clock was ticking toward the evening ferry, and the memo was already on the water. Chapter 56. The ferry horn sounded through the fog at 4:47, low and final against the gray. Renske stood at the kitchen window, watching the dock lights come on one by one. Behind her, the house had gone quiet. Onyeka had taken the draft agreement to his room. Mrs. Abra was peeling potatoes at the sink, her knife moving in steady arcs. Desmond had not moved from the phone. The front door opened, footsteps crossed the hall. Pilar appeared in the kitchen doorway, holding a manila envelope. Her face was unreadable. The ferry driver said this came marked urgent, from the state central office. She set it on the table and stepped back, hands in her pockets, watching. Desmond crossed the room. He picked up the envelope, ran his thumb under the seal, and pulled out a sheaf of papers. His eyes moved across the first page. His jaw tightened. Renske came to stand beside him. She read over his shoulder. Replication Framework. Pilot Program Template for Rural Facilities was stamped across the top in bold type. Below it, a list of requirements. Mandatory intake expansion to a minimum of 50 residents within 18 months. Quarterly training documentation for all staff. Standardized curriculum for trauma-informed care delivery. A state-appointed program liaison with veto authority over hiring and placement decisions. Measurable replication milestones at months 6, 12, and 24, with failure to meet any triggering automatic review of pilot status. The word template appeared 9 times in the first 2 pages. "They're not asking us to test a model," Desmond said. His voice was flat. "They are asking us to manufacture a blueprint." Renske kept reading. The compensation language was generous. Staffing support, access to state procurement contracts, priority placement for aging-out residents. Onyeka's name could be on a transitional housing list within weeks. Desmond stilled raise. "But this is one instead of a man, and he haven't changed out the intact. He divides the boy. Most as witness wep I have completely caved this night. We need the funding. Onyeka needs the transitional support. If we decline, he leaves with a bus voucher. If we accept this, we lose control of what Harrowgate becomes. We do not know that yet." "I know templates." Desmond's voice cracked at the edge. "I have seen what happens to places that agree to become replicable. They sand off the rough edges. They standardize the intake. They replace messy, specific, stubborn relationships with measurable outcomes." Renske turned to face him. "You think I do not know that? I have spent 12 years inside systems that flatten children into case numbers. But this is not a system. This is our hearse, our children, our terms." "Until they are not?" Mrs. Abra's rife stopped. The kitchen went still. Pilar shifted her weight. "Should I leave?" "No," Renske said. "You should hear this." She looked at Desmond. His hands were flat on the table, the papers spread between them like a divide. "I am not arguing with you," she said. "I am trying to find the path that does not cost us everything." "Then look at what they are asking." Desmond's voice dropped. 50 residents, state liaison, standardized curriculum, milestone reviews with automatic revocation. This is not a partnership. This is a performance. We hit their numbers or they take the house. Then we hit the numbers. And if the numbers require us to change who we let in, if the liaison decides Pilar's art is not trauma-informed programming, if Tovin's maps become documentation requirements instead of the thing that keeps him safe. Renske felt the argument land in her chest, not as accusation, but as grief. "You are describing a version of Harrowgate that does not exist yet," she said, "because I have seen the version that does not survive." The words hung between them. Mrs. Abra set down her knife. "The boy is writing his own framework upstairs. The state's taper is on the table. You have 3 more hours before the Mainland ferry takes any reply." "Where he's believing us because the walls will smell like the state instead of like home." "Then we write our own version." "Before the morning ferry?" "Onyeka is already working on it. Pilar is here. Mrs. Okorafor knows every compromise Harrowgate has ever made. Renske stepped closer. We do this together, not as enemies, not as opponents, as people who chose each other before this paper ever arrived. Desmond looked at her for a long moment. Then he pulled out the chair and sat down. Get the boy, he said, and the framework draft, and the state's memo. If we are writing a counter-proposal, I want everyone in this room who knows what Harrowgate cannot afford to lose. Pilar was already moving toward the stairs. Renske sat across from Desmond, the papers between them, the kitchen warm and close, and for a moment, the fear in his face softened into something that looked like trust. The phone rang. They both looked at it. Mrs. Okorafor wiped her hands and picked up the receiver. Harrowgate Home. A pause. Hold. She held the phone out. State liaison. Wants to confirm your planning visit for tomorrow. Renske's hand found Desmond's under the table. His fingers closed around hers. We are not ready, he said. Then we get ready tonight. She took the phone. Chapter 57. The ferry horn sounded again through the fog, distant and mourning, and the kitchen stayed quiet long after Renske hung up the phone. 3 hours until morning. Desmond's hand was still under hers on the table, warm and still. Mrs. Okorafor had gone back to her potatoes. Pilar stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, watching the stairs where the sounds of Onyeka's footsteps had faded. They are making plans up there, Pilar said. Onyeka has 4 pages already. Marisol is reading over his shoulder. Deshawn keeps saying the state will never agree to half of it. Deshawn is probably right, Desmond said. Deshawn is also 12 and has been running the morning checklist for 2 years. Pilar's mouth curved. He knows what the house needs better than any liaison. Renske closed her thumb into the space between Desmond's knuckles. Then we bring them into the room. All of them. All of them? Desmond's eyebrow lifted. 40 children around a kitchen table at 5 p.m. is a meal. 40 children debating state policy is a riot. It is a family meeting. Mrs. Okorafor's knife came down once, sharp and final. The porch can hold everyone if they sit tight enough, and the porch is where Harrowgate has always decided what it can bear. Renske looked at Desmond. He held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. Get them? She said. Pilar was already gone. The porch filled like a tide coming in. Children settled on the steps, the railing, the old glider that had not moved since September. The younger ones sat in laps. The older ones leaned against the post with their arms crossed, watching Renske and Desmond the way they had watched them that first night in the hallway, measuring. Mrs. Okorafor came out with a basket of bread heels and a jar of apple butter, passing pieces hand to hand. The children ate. The fog sat thick at the yard's edge, swallowing the house lights before they could reach the road. Pilar stood at the porch's center like she had called the meeting herself, which she had. Onyeka has a draft, she said, but we need to decide what we actually want before we give it to the state. I want heat that works past November, Deshawn said. I want the back stairs fixed, Marisol added. They shift when you step on them. Tobin drew it. Tobin did not look up. He was sitting on the stairs near Nell, his index cards spread across his knees, one hand tracing the edge of a card with the corner folded down. Nell bumped his shoulder. Say it. He shook his head. You drew the stairs collapsing, Nell said to the porch. He drew it last week. There is a crack under the 3rd tread that runs all the way through. The porch went quiet. Renske crouched in front of him. Tobin, is that the stairs you drew? Not just the stairs. His voice was thin. I drew the foundation. I drew the cannery pilings. I drew the ceiling crack before it opened. He looked up. I grew the east wing sinking. Desmond stepped closer. When? 2 weeks ago. Tobin pulled a folded card from his stack and held it out. The drawing showed the east wing's corner, the foundation stone shifted, the ground beneath it dark and hollow. Nobody asked, Nell said, so he stopped showing them. Renske took the card carefully, like it might break. We are asking now. Tobin's jaw tightened. More children means more weight. The foundation cannot hold what it already has. If you bring in 10 more, the east wing will drop. The porch held its breath. Pilar sat down on the glider, her sketchbook pressed against her chest. So what do we do? Say no to funding and watch Onyeka leave with a bus voucher? Or say yes and watch the house collapse? Those are not the only options, Desmond said. They're the only options the state gave us. Onyeka stepped out onto the porch, papers in his hand. Marisol and Deshawn flanked him, faces set. The draft has a provision for structural assessment, Onyeka said. Independent engineer, quarterly inspection. The state pays. The state will not agree to that, Marisol said. Then we make them agree. Onyeka held up the papers. This is not a negotiation. It is a counter-proposal. We tell them that Harrowgate needs to survive, not what they want to hear. And if they walk away? Deshawn asked. Then we walk away too. Onyeka's voice cracked clean. Because a Harrowgate that collapses is worth nothing to anyone, including the children who need it next. The fog pressed closer. Somewhere in the yard, a branch cracked under the weight of the wet. Mrs. Abraha wiped her hands on her apron. The boy is not wrong. Desmond looked at Renske. She met his eyes and saw the fear still there, but something else too. A crack, not in the foundation, but in the armor. She is asking what we want, Desmond said. What do you want, Renske? The question landed like a stone. She looked at the children on the porch, Tobin with his index cards, Nell with her chin high, Pilar with her sketchbook, Onyeka with his draft. Marisol and Deshawn and the younger ones, watching her the way children watch the one adult who might tell the truth. I want a version of Harrowgate that survives without losing what makes it ours, she said. I want the funding without the standardization. I want the support without the liaison who has veto power. I want to say yes to Onyeka's future without saying no to the children who come after him. That is not an option, Desmond said. Then we make it one. Pilar stood up. So we write it, right now, on the porch, with everyone who lives here. Can we? Mill asked. Write it like it is law? It is a proposal, Onyeka said, but proposals become policy if you make them hard to refuse. Deshawn pulled a pen from his pocket. I have paper in the kitchen. I have the draft, Onyeka said. The state liaison arrives tomorrow. Marisol said. What if they already decided? Then we make them decide again. Pilar's voice was quiet, but it carried. That is what this house does. It makes people change their minds. A child low the glider, a young one, maybe 7, asked, Will more kids mean less breakfast? Mrs. Abraha hastened. Not while I am cooking. Will they take my bed? We will build more beds. What if they are mean? Pilar crouched beside her. Then we teach them how to be here, the way you learned. The girl nodded slowly, unconvinced but not fighting. Tobin looked up from his cards. His face was pale, but his voice did not waver. What if more children means someone here gets less kept? Trupt of 58. The porch did not empty for another hour. Pilar spread the draft across the glider cushions, pencil moving through margins while younger children leaned against her shoulders. Deshawn brought paper from the kitchen and laid it flat on the boards, weighing corners with apple butter jars. Marisol read clauses aloud, and children argued bed counts and breakfast portions, and whether a liaison who never met them could decide who stayed. Tobin stayed near the railing, his index cards spread across his knees like a hand of cards he was still learning to play. Nell sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder, not speaking. By the time the fog swallowed the last light, the counterproposal had grown to 7 pages. The children filtered inside in 2s and 3s, drawn by Mrs. Arbra's promise of cocoa and the radiator's slow warmth. Onyeka stayed on the porch steps, the draft curled in his hand. Renske sat down beside him. "You should sleep," she said. "I should finish this." "You can finish it tomorrow. The liaison does not arrive until noon." Onyeka stared at the fog. "I keep thinking about what Tobin said." "Which part?" "The part about someone here getting less kept." He turned the pages in his hand. "What if I take the transitional housing and the job and the ferry pass, and the next kid who comes in gets half a bed and a cold dinner because the budget went to me?" Renske let the question sit. "That is the part no one writes into the terms," she said finally. "The math of belonging. How much does one person cost and who pays it? I do not want to be the reason someone else loses." "You will not be." She said it flat, not soft. "Because we are writing it into the terms. The structural assessment, the cap on intake, the independent engineer. Those are not about the foundation. They are about the limit. The point where we say no more, or the house tells us no more." Onyeka looked at her. "You think the house tells us?" "I think Tobin draws things before they break. I think the scraping follows a path. I think the foundation shifted before anyone told us it shifted." She paused. "I think the house has been telling us for a long time. We just did not know how to listen." The fog bells sounded from the ferry dock, muffled and distant. Desmond appeared in the porch doorway, a mug in each hand. He handed one to Renske and one to Onyeka, then sat on the step below them, facing the yard. "The ferry schedule changes in April," he said. "Earlier departure, later return. If you want to commute for work, you would need to make the 6:47 out or the 8:12 back." Onyeka blinked. "I have not even applied anywhere." "You will." Desmond drank his coffee. "The transitional housing coordinator in Port Townsend said they have agreements with 3 employment agencies. Kitchen work, warehouse, seasonal fishing support. Nothing permanent, but it pays while you look." "You called someone." "At 1100 last night, while you were drafting the liaison veto clause." Renske watched them. The way Desmond said it, matter of fact, like calling housing coordinators at 11 at light, was normal. The way Onyeka's shoulders shifted, not relaxing exactly, but settling. "The housing is a shared unit," Desmond continued. 4 beds, private rooms, communal kitchen. County subsidizes the first 6 months. After that, you pay 30% of income or apply for extension." "How do you know all this?" "Because I called them." "But why?" Desmond turned the mug in his hands. "Because when I left a home at your age, no one called anyone. I walked out with a duffel bag and a bus voucher and a list of shelters that were already full." He looked up. "You do not have to do that, but you do have to know what the alternatives are before you choose one." Onyeka was quiet for a long moment. "Did they say anything about the ferry?" "The coordinator said if you miss the last boat, there is a sofa in the common room and a towel in the closet. It happens often enough that they keep extras." Onyeka almost smiled. "A sofa." "A sofa," Desmond said, "and a week dinner back here, if you want it." "That is not in the terms." "It is not. It is the part that does not get written down." Renske set her mug on the step. "What about the job lead?" Desmond's jaw tightened. "It came in 40 minutes ago. a kitchen supervisor position at a cannery co-op in Bellingham, full-time, benefits after 90 days, housing assistance for the first year. Onyeka sat up. Bellingham is 3 ferries away. It is. I cannot commute that. You can't if you stay in staff housing during the week and come back weekends. Renske watched Desmond's face, the careful blankness, the way his thumb traced the rim of the mug like he was reading something only he could see. When did they call? She asked. While you were on the porch. I took the message in the office. Onyeka asserted him. You sat on that for an hour? I sat on it because I wanted you to finish the draft before you had to decide. Desmond's voice was level. The counterproposal is your terms. The job is a possibility. They are separate things, and you deserve to look at one before the other. Onyeka stood up. The draft pages slid from his lap and scattered across the porch boards. He did not pick them up. How soon do they need an answer? They want to interview tomorrow. Video call. They said they can do it at noon if you are available. Noon is when the liaison arrives. I know. Renske stood slowly, her knees cracking. We can move the liaison meeting to the afternoon. We cannot, Desmond said. She is already on the morning ferry. Her return is at 4:00, then we make it work. Onyeka theaters. When the extras open their even is going to glass on the Stedefinich while you were drafting the liaison veto clause. Renske watched them, the way Desmond said it, matter of fact, like calling housing coordinators at 11 at night, was normal. The way Onyeka's shoulders shifted, not relaxing exactly, but settling. The housing is a shared unit, Desmond continued. 4 beds, private rooms, communal kitchen. County subsidizes the first 6 months. After that, you pay 30% of income or apply for extension. How do you know all this? Because I called them. But why? Desmond turned the mug in his hands. Because when I left a home at your age, no one called anyone. I walked out with a duffel bag and a bus voucher and a list of shelters that were already full. He looked up. You do not have to do that. But you do have to know what the alternatives are before you choose one. Onyeka was quiet for a long moment. Did they say anything about the ferry? The coordinator said if you miss the last boat, there is a sofa in the common room and a towel in the closet. It happens often enough that they keep extras. Onyeka almost smiled. A sofa. A sofa, Desmond said. And a weekly dinner back here if you want it. That is not in the terms. It is not. It is the part that does not get written down. Renske set her mug on the step. What about the job lead? Desmond's jaw tightened. It came in 40 minutes ago. A kitchen supervisor position at a cannery co-op in Bellingham. Full-time, benefits after 90 days, housing assistance for the first year. Onyeka sat up. Bellingham is 3 ferries away. Chapter 59. The fog lifted before dawn, and Tillicum Spit woke to the news. Lloyd Parrish arrived at 6:47 with a flat of eggs and a handshake that lingered half a beat too long. The hardware supplier, who had once demanded payment in 10 days, stood in the kitchen doorway and told Renske he had always known the place would pull through. Which was not true, but she let him say it anyway. Greta followed at 7:30 with a stack of ferry schedules and an apology that circled itself twice before landing on the actual words. She should not have talked about the licensing at dinner where the children could hear. Renske accepted the apology. Greta left looking like she wanted to be absolved more than forgiven. By 8:00, the kitchen counter held 2 pies, a casserole, a jar of pickled beets, and a handwritten note from someone named Delmar, who claimed he had been praying for Harrowgate since September. Mrs. Arbor sorted the offerings with the efficiency of a quartermaster, assigning each dish a shelf and a purpose. The island heard. she said, not looking up from her ledger. Renske leaned against the counter. They heard fast. Ferry crew called ahead, then the cannery, then everyone who owes someone a favor. Mrs. Arbor closed the ledger. Congratulations come cheaper than help, but the food is real enough. They took the statement for what it was, a reminder that Harrowgate's survival was not a private victory. The phone rang at 8:23. Renske answered, expecting the state liaison. Instead, a voice introduced itself as Francine Otieno from the Tillicum Spit, the island's weekly paper, and asked if she could come by for a photograph and a few quotes about how the home had turned things around. Renske sat down and pulled the pages toward her. Desmond stood at the stove, not making coffee, just standing. We need to figure out the transportation for Onyeka, she said. I know. If the last ferry left at 10:15 and the interview is at midnight, he cannot do it from here. I know. Unless we can get him to the mainland before the last ferry? Desmond turned. His face was still blank, but his eyes were not. The transitional housing coordinator keeps a sofa, he said. If Onyeka stays in Port Townsend tonight, he can do the interview from there. The coordinator has a laptop and a stable connection. Renske stared at him. You already have a plan. I have a contingency. Desmond's voice was rough. I always have a contingency. She pulled the shirt down and met his eyes. We need them on our side, Desmond. The liaison comes today. The interview is tonight. The counterproposal is not finished. We cannot afford to look like we are hiding. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I will stand beside you. I will not smile. That is fair. Francine Otieno arrived at 9:30 with a camera bag and a notebook worn soft at the edges. She was younger than Renske expected, maybe late 20s, with the kind of focused attention that made you feel like everything you said was being weighed. She asked them to stand on the porch steps. The fog had burned off enough to show the sky, pale and thin, and the house looked almost dignified in the morning light. Desmond stood with his hands in his pockets, jaw tight. Renske stood with her arms uncrossed, trying to look like someone who belonged in a photograph. Francine took 3 shots, then lowered the camera. The piece is going to focus on the turnaround, she said. From closure to certification. People love that arc. It was not an arc, Desmond said. It was 11 months of work. Even better, hard work is a more satisfying story than luck. Francine wrote something down. Can I get a quote about what saved the home? In your own words? Renske looked at Desmond. He looked at the yard. She said, the children saved it. They kept showing up. They kept trusting us even when we did not deserve it. That is the story. Francine wrote that down too. And the pilot program? I heard the state wants to make Harrowgate a model for other facilities. Desmond's hands came out of his pockets. That is not decided yet. I thought the proposal was already in motion. The proposal is on the table. Desmond's voice was flat. We have not accepted the terms. Francine's pen paused. What terms would make you walk away? Desmond did not answer. Renske said, the ones that change what the children need from what the state wants. Francine looked between them, then she closed her notebook. I will send you the draft before it runs. She packed her camera and walked toward the road, and Renske watched her go, wondering what the article would actually say when it arrived. Desmond turned and went inside without another word. The counterproposal waited on the kitchen table, Onyeka's handwriting cramped into margins, Pilar's notes curling around the edges. They had 3 hours before the liaison arrived, and an unrolled zobbed interview at midnight that still had no transportation. Renske sat down and pulled the pages toward her. Desmond stood at the stove, not making coffee, just standing. "We need to figure out the transportation for Onyeka," she said. "I know. If the last ferry left at 10:15 and the interview is at midnight, he cannot do it from here." "I know. Unless we can get him to the mainland before the last ferry." Desmond turned. His face was still blank, but his eyes were not. "The transitional housing coordinator keeps a sofa," he said. "If Onyeka stays in Port Townsend tonight, he can do the interview from there. The coordinator has a laptop and a stable connection." Renske stared at him. "You already have a plan." "I have a contingency." Desmond's voice was rough. "I always have a contingency." She wanted to ask how many contingencies he had built without telling her, how many paths he had laid down while she was still trying to figure out which direction to walk. Instead, she said, "Can we get him to the forefear? If we put him on it ourselves." "That means one of us goes with him." "Or both of us." Renske looked at the girl. "When your other has faced the train, one time, the children finally stopped moving." Renske heard it from the kitchen. The last footsteps on the stairs, the final door click, the creak of Nell telling Tobin to stop arranging his index cards and sleep. She had been sitting at the table for 43 minutes, with the same cup of coffee, watching the counter-proposal pages yellow under the bulb. The house settled. Then Desmond came through the back door, wet from the porch, and stood on the other side of the table. "Onyeka is asleep," he said, "for now. Polar is still awake, sketching by the windows." Renske nodded. Polar was always awake. Polar saw everything. Desmond pulled out the chair across from her and sat. Not to the side, not at the head of the table where he could read the pages. Directly across, as if they were negotiating. They were, she realized, always had been. "The liaison arrives at noon," he said. "I know. The planning visit is tomorrow. The interview is tonight. The counterproposal is sitting here with Onyeka's handwriting in the margins and Polar's notes curling around the edges, and we have not decided what we are willing to lose." Renske looked at the pages. "Nothing," she said. "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." Desmond's jaw tightened. He leaned back, and for a moment she thought he would push away from the table, go stand at the stove, retreat into the silence he wore like armor. Instead, he stayed. "There is a version of this where we win," he said. "We would actually give. I cannot day in away. Mixco Suisses exequestions, she workens together. This is communionfully a misit reaser, Swede groking over sodally, and always likely complete of dentification." They were, she realized, always had. "I might say it is in plan. I just could have the devisement." Who water is very, which is the feeble who members a movian, reseeks priblance from despages of US exhaustion of programming flyery. Harrowgate pretended with his gas man. Harrowgate do not seen. Chacha waiting I was watering in the budget, the tablik is tended fining specifically, the strain jobs little. I mean, he can go with the flow and the act of reskin. Lou Laver, my slides both, but one more and it was completing. Pash replaying that consistent tap, slow excitely silence always into the sleep slight. Month of time use, remention, to became melicity of same light, from his Millis here, smile Ordian exact, who the little trop and brat brands by every, how will the stot run against the shams? The man fom and the shashens who they were and maked on, and his misers linked like a testing but intended preasing, slights attractional slatly, the wheel creevids in the ban, that couldn't hit nath. The moves went. Always oppression about the Renske blibe wonders. But it's not the Demeet. But it's just already amassing. I'm so slowly behind. Desmond held her gaze. Then he said to the pages down. The structural assessment provision is good, he said. Anika wrote it. He made sure the state pays for quarterly inspections, not us. That means if the East Wing starts dropping, we have documentation, not just Tobin's index cards. The state will not like being told what to fund. The state likes paperwork. We give them receipts. They cannot argue with receipts. Renske almost smiled. When did you become the one who believes in paperwork? When I realized it could protect what I care about. The kitchen went quiet. Renske heard the fridge hum, the water in the pipes, the slow, patient breathing of a house that had been carrying children for over a century. 10 minutes, she said. What? 10 minutes. Before the next thing comes. Before the liaison, the interview, the planning visit, the counterproposal submission. 10 minutes where we are not fighting for anything. Desmond looked at her. Then he looked at the clock. 9 minutes and 47 seconds, he said. She laughed. A small one, not much, but it was real. Desmond's face shifted. Not a smile exactly, something softer, something he did not know how to name yet. Can I ask you something? He said. You can ask. What do you want the house to look like in 5 years? Renske thought about it. I want the porch light to stay on, she said. That is not an answer. It is the only one I'll have. Desmond leaned forward. The porch light stays on. What else? She wanted to say something grand, something about funding and sustainability and replicable models. Instead, she said, I want Tobin to stop drawing exits. Desmond blinked. I want him to draw the garden, or the kitchen, or the dog one of the kids will eventually convince us to adopt. I want him to draw something he does not need to escape from. Desmond's hands were still on the pages. I want Uncagity to come back for dinner. He said. Renske looked at him. Even if he takes the job. Even if he moves to the mainland for years. I want him to show up at the door with salt on his boots and tell Mrs. Abra he missed her cooking. Mrs. Abra would cry. She would never admit it, but she would. And the other 39? Desmond was quiet. I want them to argue about chores, he said, and complain about the food, and roll their eyes when Polar starts a new mural. I want them to be boring teenagers who live in a boring house that does not require them to survive. The clock ticked. That is a strange dream for a man who nearly closed this place, Renske said. It is a new dream. She reached across the table. Her fingers brushed his. He did not pull away. They sat there in the warm kitchen with the fog against the windows and the counterproposal between them, and for 9 more minutes, nothing changed. Then the phone rang. Renske answered. Muckle Qued's voice was clipped. Central office wants an in-person planning visit. 3 to 5 people. They want to see the children's counterproposal, interview the staff, and assess the facility for scalability. Tomorrow. Renske gripped the receiver. The liaison is already coming tomorrow. Different visit. This one is program development. They will arrive on the 10-point ferry, same as the liaison. She looked at Desmond. He was already standing. At the same time. Yes. Mile was quiet. Renske ales. Renske tense who remnant for the cuds. Desmond's place was still. That is deliberate. I know. They want to split us. One team on compliance, one team on replication. Not us. That means if the east wing starts dropping, we have documentation, not just Tobin's index cards. The state will not being told what to fund. The state likes paperwork. We give them receipts. They cannot argue with receipts. Renske almost smiled. Then I hope you can make them hear it. He hung up. Ren stood in the kitchen with the phone in her hand. Desmond watched her. Tomorrow, she said. I heard. 3 to 5 people, program development, here to assess scalability while the liaison reviews the counterproposal. Desmond's face was still. That is deliberate. I know. They want to split us. One team on compliance, one team on replication. He had friendly emosing right together. That is just a symptom. The studious fathers you as you. Looks at Remorgen little. His young head slowly. Nevage. The low silence completely complete to the Mrs. Misators. They are literally collapsives. No. Renske modally. His tensile make itself louder. 7 until the liaison arrived. 8 until the program development team stepped off the dock. She sat down again. The counterproposal was still in front of her. Somewhere upstairs, Tobin turned over in his sleep. Now murmured something. The house settled. Renske picked up a pen. Then we write a better one. Chapter 61. The ferry horn cut through the fog at 10:03. Renske stood at the kitchen window with coffee she had not drunk. Desmond was already at the door. The counterproposal sat in a clean folder on the table, every page annotated in 3 hands. On Yucca's block print, Pilar's marginalia, Mrs. Abra's precise ticks where she agreed. 4 figures emerged from the fog. They walked like people who expected to be met. Renske set the coffee down and met them on the porch. The lead was a woman in her 40s with a pressed blazer and a tablet already open. She introduced herself as Director Chen from Program Development. Behind her, a younger man with wire glasses carried a leather portfolio. 2 others, a woman with a laptop back and a man in an anorak whose eyes moved too fast, scanning the roofline, the steps, the cracked window on the 2nd floor. Thank you for having us on short notice, Chen said. We have read your materials with great interest. Renske nodded. I am glad you are here. The children have been working on their counterproposal for the last 36 hours. The scanning man tilted his head. Counterproposal, Harrowgate's vision for its own future. Desmond said, we have it ready for review. Chen's smile was polished. Excellent. We are eager to see how your model might translate to other rural facilities. Not if. How? Renske held the door and let them in. They crossed the threshold. Pilar was waiting in the front hall. She had her sketchbook open and was drawing them as they entered. Her pencil moved fast. She did not look up. Good morning, Chen said. Good morning, Pilar said. I am drawing you for the record. The scanning man stopped. The record? Future residents should know who walked through first. Chen's smile stayed fixed. She moved past Pilar into the common room. Renske watched the officials take inventory. The patched ceiling, the mismatched chairs, the radiator that clicked and hissed, the wall where Pilar's lobster mural had been primered into a white scar. The younger man with wire glasses touched the primer. You covered something. Neither is this house, Desmond said. That is a bood. One is this house. Desmond said, that is the point. Chen looked at the damp wall for a long moment. Then she looked at Renske. The replication framework requires predictable inputs, staffing ratios, budget templates, standardized curriculum. What you are describing is a model that depends on individual children's perception, specific community relationships, and a building that is actively failing. How do you standardize that? Renske met her gaze. By funding the things that make it work, instead of forcing it into a template that ignores them. You want to replicate Harrowgate, you replicate the relationships, not just the forms. The younger man finally spoke. What if the relationships are not replicable? Then you do not replicate it. You find what can scale and leave the rest alone. Chen was quiet. Tubin appeared at the end of the hallway, holding an index card. He did not approach. He stood in the threshold like a small watcher. Nell was behind him. The scanning man noticed them first. Are those the twins? Yes, Renske said. Can we speak with them? No. Chen blinked. Excuse me? They are 8 years old. They have been interviewed twice by state observers in the last month. Tobin already told you the house will collapse if you add 10 more children. You can read his card from where you are standing. The scanning man looked at the card. Tobin held it up. 1 drawing, 1 warning. How many tests do you need before you believe the boy who sees? The younger man exhaled. Chen's face was unreadable. Then she turned to Renske. We will review your counter-proposal this afternoon. We will reconvene at 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, Renske said, our children have a scheduled dinner. We can meet at 5. Chen paused. 5 o'clock. In the dining room. She walked back toward the front hall. The others followed. The scanning man glanced back at Tobin before he disappeared around the corner. Tobin did not lower his card. Renske watched the officials step back into the fog and realized she had not taken a single full breath since they arrived. Desmond stood beside her. They're right about one thing, he said. What? This house cannot be empleted. And the problem? He was watching the fog swallow the last of the blazers. They will try anyway. Chapter 62. The officials had not returned from the fog. Renske stood in the front hall with her back against the primered wall, listening to the house settle around her. Somewhere above, footsteps crossed the 3rd floor. Mrs. Arbor's kitchen knife hit the cutting board in steady rhythm. The clock above the door read 2:47. They had 2 hours before the 5 o'clock meeting. Desmond appeared at the end of the hall. They're at the dock. Making calls? Making notes. He walked toward her, hands in his pockets. Chen is on the phone with central office. The younger one is photographing the porch steps. They are documenting problems. They are deciding whether problems can be standardized. Renske pushed off the wall. Come with me. She led him up the stairs, past the 2nd floor where Marisol sat cross-legged in the hallway, past the 3rd floor where the light through the window caught the dust, to the east wing where the flood line still marked the wall at waist height. She stopped. This is what they need to see. Desmond looked at the line. The damage. The truth. She touched the edge of the water stain. We painted over everything else. The kitchen ceiling, the hallway, the storage room. But this we left, because the children needed to see that the water came and the house held. Desmond was quiet. Then he said, show them the rest. They walked the officials through at 4:10. Chen had returned from the dock with wet shoes and a closed expression. The younger man carried a portfolio. The woman with the laptop had her fingers poised over the keyboard. The scanning man brought up the rear, his eyes moving across every surface. Renske started at the front door. The night we arrived, the ceiling fell in the dining room. Buckets on every table for 3 weeks. You can still see the stain if you look at the light fixture. She pointed. Chen looked, said nothing. They moved to the stairs. The flood line. Storm surge came through the ground floor. We lost the heat for 6 hours. The children slept upstairs in a single room with Mrs. Arbour's kitchen fire keeping the pipes from freezing. The younger man stopped at the mark. You did not repair the wall. No. Why? Desmond answered. Because the children need to know that damage is survivable. The younger man's pen hesitated. They reached the hallway where Pilar's mural had lived. The primer was still visible beneath the new paint, a ghost of the nice suit, the burning woman, the faceless children on the stairs. The scanning man touched the wall. What is underneath? Something that needed to stay there, Renske said. We can feel the texture difference. Then you understand that covering something does not mean it is gone. Chen's face was unreadable. They turned the corner. The east wing bathroom door was propped open. Towels lay in neat rows on the floor, dark with moisture. Deshawn had done his job. This is the flooding bathroom, Renske said. The east wing foundation has shifted. Juniper Verlea packed the crike with 500 pounds of backfill in November. It opened another quarter-inch yesterday. You are managing structural failure with towels? The scanning man said. We are managing it with 12-year-olds who know where the towels are, a carpenter who shows up unpaid, and a boy who draws the breaks before they happen. The younger man looked at his portfolio. At the end of the hallway, the sealed room door was closed. Desmond stopped. Renske stopped with him. The room at the end, she said. That is where Desmond slept when he lived here. The scanning man's eyes narrowed. He lived here? He was a resident. For 11 years. The founder adopted him quietly when he was 17. The silence that followed was the kind that settles into walls. Chen said, That is not in his file. It would not be. She looked at Desmond. Why are you telling us this now? Desmond met her gaze. Because you are trying to decide whether this place is replicable. Whether what happens here can be packaged and exported to other facilities. And the answer is no. Not without the part that cannot be templated. What part is that? The part where the people running it have already survived what they are asking the children to survive. The younger man's hand was still. Chen turned to Renske. You grew up in foster care. Yes. So you both know what it is like to be the child in this house. Renske did not nod. She did not need to. And you believe that experience is essential to the model. I believe that without it, the model becomes another set of forms that adults fill out while children wait to see if anyone means what they say. Chen looked at the sealed room door. Then she walked past it. They reached the ground floor at 4:32. The younger man spoke. For the replication framework, we need projected intake numbers. The current template assumes a minimum of 50 residents within 18 months. What would Harrowgate's maximum sustainable occupancy be, given the structural limitations and current staffing capacity? Renske looked at Desmond. He looked back. Then she said, We have not agreed to the template. The template is the condition of funding. Then we have not agreed to the funding. Chen stopped walking. She turned. Ms. Okorafor, I understand your position. But the state does not fund homes that cannot project growth. If Harrowgate cannot demonstrate scalability, the pilot designation will go to a facility that can. The state also does not fund homes that collapse on children because they expanded beyond their structural limits. The younger man closed his portfolio. The scanning man looked at his watch. Chen said, We will discuss this at 5 o'clock. I recommend you bring numbers. She walked toward the front door. The others followed. The younger man paused at the threshold. The boy who draws the breaks, he said. Tobin. He drew the foundation crack before it opened. Yes. How many times has he been right? Every time. The younger man looked past Renske down the hallway where Tobin and Nell stood at the far end, watching. He said nothing. Then he stepped into the fog. The door closed. Desmond stopped. Renske stopped with him. The room at the end, she said. That is where Desmond slept when he lived here. The scanning man's eyes narrowed. He lived here? He was a resident. For 11 years. The founder adopted him quietly when he was 17. The silence that followed was the kind that settles into walls. Chen said, "That is not in his file." It would not be. She looked at Desmond. "Why are you telling us this now?" Desmond met her gaze. "Because you are trying to decide whether this place is replicable, whether what happens here can be packaged and exported to other facilities. And the answer is no, not without the part that cannot be templated." "What part is that?" "The part where the people running it have already survived what they are asking the children to survive." The younger man's hand was still. Chen turned to Renske. "You grew up in foster care." "Yes." "So you both know what it is like to be the child in this house." Renske did not nod. "So the mother will be souls the significance I am right." Before a Scot above, the general suddenated, baking the invister for physis of their complete. "She annonces that many times have a sodal sorry, that I will leave this little casually under day." The younger man's hand was still. Chen turned to Renske. "You grew up in foster care?" "Yes." "So you both know what it is like to be the child in this house." Renske did not nod. She did not need to. "And you believe that experience is essential to the model?" "I believe that without it, the model becomes another set of forms that adults fill out while children wait to see if anyone means what they say." Chen looked at the sealed room door. Then she walked past it. They reached the ground floor at 4:32. The younger man spoke. "For the replication framework, we need projected intake numbers. The current template assumes a minimum of 50 residents within 18 months. What would Harrowgate's maximum sustainable occupancy be, given the structural limitations and current staffing capacity?" Renske looked at Desmond. He looked back. Then she said, "We have not agreed to the template." "The template is the condition of funding." "Then we have not agreed to the funding." Chen stopped walking. She turned. "Ms. Okorafor, I understand your position." Chapter 63. The front hall clock read 4:35. 25 minutes. Desmond stood with his back to the sealed room door, hands in his pockets. "We need a number." 42, Renske said. "Based on what?" "Current staffing. 1 adult to every 8 children. That is the ratio we can actually sustain." "Chen wants 50. Chen can want whatever she wants. We cannot house 50 children safely without structural repairs that cost money we do not have." Desmond pulled out his phone, scrolled. Juniper quoted 18,000 for the foundation work if she does the labor, 43 if she has to sub the concrete. "Which we do not have." "Not yet." He looked up. "But the pilot comes with funding." "Funding we do not get unless we commit to 50. "There are no clean numbers, Renske." She looked past him at the sealed room door, the worn wood, the hinge that had not moved in 11 years. 42, she said again. "We tell them 42, with a phased increase to 44 after the foundation is certified. That is the truth. Anything else is lying to the children." Desmond held her gaze. Then he nodded. At 4:52 they walked into the dining room. The officials were already seated. Chen at the head, the scanning man on her left, the younger man with the portfolio on her right. The woman with the laptop had her fingers poised. Mrs. Avra had left a stack of biscuits on a plate in the center of the table. No butter, no apology. Renske took her seat. Desmond took his. Chen slid a manila folder across the table. "Preliminary offer. Not final, but the terms are written." Renske did not open it. 42, she said. Chen blinked. "I am sorry?" "Maximum sustainable occupancy. 42 residents, provided the foundation is repaired and the staffing ratio is maintained. We can reach 42 within 6 months. 44 after the structural certification." The scanning man made a note. Chen did not look at him. The template requires 50 within 18 months. The template does not account for Tobin Bext, Renske said. Or the foundation crack. Or the fact that we have one maintenance man who spends half his week on a fishing boat because he cannot afford to work here full time. The younger man lifted his pen. Then the template is wrong, Chen said. But the template is what funds homes. Desmond spoke. What if we propose a modified timeline? Chen turned to him. 42 in 6 months. 44 in 12. Full structural review before any expansion beyond that. The state pays for the review. Renske Okorafor just said the state should fund structural inspections. Quarterly, Renske said. Anyuka wrote it into the children's counterproposal. The younger man opened his portfolio. Chen looked at it, then she looked at Renske. We cannot budget around a child's drawings. You cannot budget around a collapsing wing either. The silence that followed was the kind that settled into the walls. The scanning man cleared his throat. Director Chen, the structural concerns are documented. If we ignore them and the east wing goes down, the liability falls on the department. Chen's jaw tightened. You have until Monday. Renske felt the air leave her lungs. The proposal is on the table. The funding, the staffing support, the transitional placement guarantees. Accept the pilot terms and we will negotiate the timeline. Refuse, and the designation goes to a facility that can scale. She pushed the folder toward Renske. Read it. Call me by noon on Monday. Then she stood. The others stood with her. The younger man did not meet Renske's eyes as he passed. The front door opened, closed. The fog swallowed them. The biscuits sat untouched. Desmond reached across the table and opened the folder. Renske watched his face as he read. Page 1, Funding Breakdown. Page 2, Staffing Benchmarks. Page 3, Expansion Milestones. He turned to page 7. His hand stopped. What? He did not answer. He slid the page toward her. Renske read the line. Transitional funding for aging out residents is contingent upon full acceptance of the expansion plan. Pilot designation does not guarantee individual post-care support unless the facility commits to the 50 resident threshold. Her throat closed. If we do not accept 50, she said slowly, Anyuka does not get transitional funding. Desmond's face was pale. Then he leaves at 18 with a bus voucher and a list of shelters. Just like you did. He did not answer. Renske looked at the clock. 4:59. Anyuka's interview was tonight. Desmond was supposed to take him. Her phone was plugged in on the counter by the stove. She had not checked it since the meeting. She reached for it. 3 missed calls. 1 voicemail from an unknown number. She played it. Renske, this is Marcel's cousin at the cannery co-op. The interview needed to be tonight, but we cannot hold the slot past 7. If Anyuka is not here by 7, the position goes to the backup candidate. She looked at the ferry schedule taped to the fridge. The 5:15 ferry. Last connection to the mainland. Desmond was already grabbing his coat. We can make it if we run. Renske looked at the folder. At page 7, at the line that meant accepting the expansion or losing Anyuka's future. Desmond. He stopped at the door. I will sort it out tonight. Sort what out? She showed him the page. He read it. His face closed like a door. I will call Chen from the ferry. She is on the last ferry back to Port Townsend. You will be on the same boat. You can talk to her in person. Desmond's hand was on the door handle. Renske, what number would you give her if I asked? She did not answer. Because if I am going to ask her to keep Anyuka's funding alive, I need to know what I am promising in return. The clock ticked, the fog pressed against the window, and the answer sat between them, heavy as the house they were trying to save. Chapter 64. Dinner for 5:40. Desmond's hand stayed on the door handle. Renske looked at the folder, at the clock, at the fog pressing against the glass like a hand. 42, she said. 42 is not 50. 42 is what the house can hold. Desmond's jaw worked. He looked at the folder, at page 7, at the line that tied a 17-year-old boy's future to a number neither of them wanted to promise. I will ask Chen what she can do with 42. And if she says nothing, then I will ask her what she can do for one kid who aged out of a system that already failed him once. Renske wanted to believe that was enough. She had spent her whole life believing that being useful enough, being good enough, being indispensable enough would make the system hold her. It never had. It had only made her useful enough to keep, never valuable enough to protect. Desmond. He turned. Come back. Something crossed his face. Not surprise. Recognition. I will. He opened the door. The fog swallowed him. Renske stood alone in the kitchen with the folder, the cold biscuits, and the weight of a number that did not fit the shape of the life they were trying to build. She did not know how long she stood there. A hand touched her elbow. Mrs. Arbra. How long has he been gone? 3 minutes. Then he is still on the dock. You can still catch him. Renske shook her head. I gave him my answer. You gave him a number? That is not the same as an answer. Mrs. Arbra took the folder from her hand, flipped to page 7, read the line, and closed the folder with a sound like a door shutting. So this is the shape of it. One child's future traded for 40 others. It is not a trade. It is exactly a trade. The state just calls it funding. Renske pressed her palms flat against the counter, the cracked plastic watch pressed into her skin. I do not know what else to do. Then sit down and eat. What? The children are hungry? You are hungry? The problem will still be here after dinner. It will be here tomorrow. It will be here on Monday. But the children will not stay children forever, and the biscuits will not stay warm. Mrs. Arbra turned toward the stove. Set the table. By 6 o'clock, the dining room was full. 40 children, 5 adults, one table that had held floods, inspections, and the weight of every argument the house had ever had. Mrs. Arbra had cooked. Not the emergency rations she had been stretching for weeks. Real food. Roasted chicken, potatoes, greens, a gravy that smelled like Sundays from a life Renske could barely remember. The children noticed. Did someone die? Pilar asked, sliding into her seat. No one died, Mrs. Arbra said. We are having a meeting. At dinner? And dinner, because this house does not make decisions behind closed doors. Renske looked at her. Mrs. Arbra met her gaze. I told you when you arrived, I've been feeding this house for 12 years. I know what happens when adults decide things where children cannot hear. The children learn to expect the worst, and the adults learn to pretend they are protecting them. The room went quiet. Onyeka was not at the table. Renske had not noticed until now. Where is Onyeka? Packing, Marisol said. He got a call. Renske's chest tightened. What kind of call? The cannery co-op. They pushed the interview to next week, said the position was not as urgent as the cousin thought. Relief hit her so hard she had to brace a hand on the back of the chair. Next week. Tuesday. He said he needs to talk to you about the ferry schedule. Renske nodded. Tuesday. She had enough Monday to decide about the pilot. She had until Tuesday to make sure Onyeka had a reason to come back. The food went around. The children looked like they had not seen a full meal in weeks, which was true for 4 of them. The younger ones passed plates, elbows overlapping, voices rising with the noise of a house that had not known to be quiet. Pilar ate with her sketchbook open beside her plate, drawing the scene. Tobin and Nell sat side by side, sharing a piece of chicken, eating slowly like they were still deciding whether to trust the abundance. Dishon filled glasses and carried them to the younger children without being asked. and Renske watched it all. This was what she was trying to save. Not a building, not a program. 40 children learning to eat at a table where adults did not disappear. Mrs. Arborough waited until the plates were empty. Then she stood. I am not going to let you trade 40 kids for me. You are not a trade. I am exactly a trade. That is what the page says. 1 for 40. Renske stood. Onyeka? No, listen. He stopped at the edge of the table. I have been waiting my whole life for someone to tell me I was worth fighting for. Anyway, you are not a trade. I am exactly a trade. That is what the page says. 1 for 40. Renske stood. Onyeka. No, listen. He stopped at the edge of the table. I have been waiting my whole life for someone to tell me I was worth fighting for. And you did. You and Desmond. You fought. You showed up at the cannery. You promised me I was not unclaimed. His voice cracked. But I am not going to let you tear down the only home I have ever had to prove it. The room held still. Renske looked at him. At the boy who had been ready to leave before anyone could leave him first. At the young man who was now asking her to let him go so the others could stay. I am not going to trade you, she said. You may not have a choice. I always have a choice. Onindra shook his head. That is what I used to think. He turned. At the door he stopped. Denskin said to tell you he will call from the ferry. He said to ask you the same question again. What number? The door closed. Renske stood alone in the kitchen. The folder waited. The clock ticked. And somewhere on the dark water, Desmond was asking Chen for a number that did not exist. Chapter 65. Morning arrived gray and close, the fog pressing against the windows like it was trying to get in. Renske found the kitchen already awake. Mrs. Achterberg stood at the stove, her knife moving through onions in a rhythm that had not stopped for 40 years. On the counter, a pile of sandwiches waited in wax paper, each one labeled with a name. He cannot go hungry, Mrs. Achterberg said without turning, and he cannot go looking like he has never been fed a proper meal. Renske poured coffee. The interview is at 10. I know what time it is. The back door banged open. Juniper came in carrying a garment bag, her boots wet from the yard, her hair still tangled from the morning ferry ride. She hung the bag on the hook by the pantry and looked at Renske. I brought a shirt. You did not have to. No. Juniper's voice was flat. But I remember what it felt like to show up wearing something that did not fit. The words landed. Renske nodded. The house woke around them. Children drifted down in ones and twos, drawn by the smell of onions and the unusual hum of activity. Pilar appeared first, her sketchbook tucked under her arm, her eyes already cataloging everything. Deshawn came next, filling water glasses without being asked. The twins followed, Nell leading, Tobin trailing, his index cards clutched against his chest. By the time the clock read 8, the common room was full. And Onyeka still had not come down. Renske climbed the stairs. His door was closed. She knocked. Onyeka. Silence. It is Tuesday. I know what day it is. She leaned against the frame. Can I come in? A long pause, then the lock clicked. She pushed the door open. Onyeka sat on the edge of his bed, fully dressed in jeans and a sweater that had been washed so many times the color had surrendered to gray. His hands were braced on his knees, his back straight, his face unreadable. I am ready, he said. You look ready. I look like I'm going to a job interview at a cannery. That is exactly where you are going. He almost smiled. Almost. Juniper brought a shirt, Renske said. I have a shirt. She brought one anyway. People do that when they want to help. You let them. Onyoka stood. He followed her down the stairs. The common room went quiet when he appeared. Then Pilar spoke. That sweater has to go. Onyoka's jaw tightened. It is fine. It is not fine. It is the color of dishwater. You look like you already gave up. Pilar. Renske's voice carried a warning. I am helping. Pilar did not look away from Onyoka. You are going to walk into a room and ask people to hire you. The first thing they see is what you chose to wear. If you chose dishwater, they will think you chose dishwater for yourself. The room held. Then Juniper unzipped the garment bag. Inside hung a white button-down, pressed and clean, still in dry-cleaning plastic. She pulled it out and held it up. It was mine, she said. I wore it to every interview we ever had. Got the job every time. Onyoka looked at the shirt. What if I do not fit it? Then we figure something else out. He took the shirt. The tie came next. Juniper produced it from her coat pocket, a deep navy silk that caught the gray morning light. She held it up like she was offering a weapon. Do you know how to tie one? Onyoka stared at it. No. Good. That means I get to teach you. They stood in the common room while the children watched. Juniper looped the silk around his collar, her hands patient and precise, talking through each step like it was the most important thing in the world. Wide end on your right. Cross it over. Up through the loop, down around, pull it through the knot. Onyoka's hands followed hers. The first attempt came out crooked. Again, Juniper said. The second was better. The third held. Pilar circled him like a critic at a gallery opening. She adjusted the collar, tied the sleeves so they fell exactly at his wrists. Stepped back. You look like someone who is going to get a job. Onyoka's throat moved. That is the nicest thing you have ever said to me. Do not get used to it. The borrowed shoes came from Deshawn. They were one size too big, but Deshawn had stuffed the toes with newspaper and polished them until they reflected the light. You walk slower in these, Deshawn said. Makes you look like you are not in a hurry. I am not in a hurry. Good. Do not look like you are. Nell pressed a folded piece of paper into Onyoka's hand. Open it on the ferry, she said. Not before. Tobin stood behind her, his index cards hidden. He did not speak, but when Onyoka looked at him, Tobin nodded once. Desmond appeared in the front hall at 8:45. He was wearing his charcoal suit, the same one he had worn the day he arrived. Renske saw it now with different eyes, not armor, just clothes that had been chosen carefully because someone once taught him that appearance was the difference between being seen and being dismissed. He looked at Onyoka. You are ready. Onyoka did not argue. The ferry leaves at 9:15. I know. Desmond picked up a small leather satchel from the bench and handed it to Onyoka. Inside, a copy of your resume, the reference list Mrs. Avar wrote for you, a bottle of water, and a return ticket. Onyoka opened the satchel, pulled out the ferry ticket. It was open-ended, no date, no time. You can come back whenever you want, Desmond said. That is what the ticket means. The room was very quiet. Onyoka looked at the ticket, then at Desmond. Is leaving on purpose different from being left? The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. Desmond's face did not change, but he took too long to answer. 1 second? 2. The clock on the wall ticked past 9. Onyoka's hand tightened on the ticket, and Desmond was still silent. Chapter 66. The room held frozen around them. Desmond's silence stretched past comfortable into something hard. Onyoka stood on the rug with his black leather satchel and his coat from the church donation bin, bare hands gripping the ferry ticket like it might dissolve if his grip loosened. Renske moved without deciding to. She stepped forward until she stood beside Anyoka, not quite in the space between him and Desmond, but near enough that her shoulder almost brushed his. The clock on the wall clicked past 9:02. Desmond's jaw worked. Then he said, very quietly, "It never felt different to me." Anyoka did not move. "Leaving on purpose," Desmond said. "Being left." They felt the same in the moment. The door closed the same way. The ferry moved the same way across the water. The mainland did not care whether you chose to stand on it or were pushed. He paused. But the day after was different. How? Because when you leave on purpose, you can choose to come back. When you are left, the choice is not yours. The door stays closed from the other side. Desmond gestured to the ticket in Onyoka's hand. That ticket does not have a return date. It does not have a time. You decide. Not the state, not the ferry schedule, not me. You. Anyoka looked down at the ticket. Why? Because someone should have given me one. The words landed flat, without self-pity, as Desmond shifted his weight and looked at the ferry ticket like he was seeing a younger version of himself standing on a rain-soaked dock with a duffel bag and a bus voucher for a city he had never chosen. Pilar did not look away. Deshawn's polished stuffed shoes creaked as he shifted. Mrs. Abero came through from the kitchen with a second wrapped bundle, priced it into the satchel beside the sandwich pack, and said nothing. Anyoka folded the ticket once, twice, 3 times until it fit into his palm. Then he slid it into his coat pocket slowly, deliberately, like he was hiding something precious in plain sight. He turned to Renske. "Can I ask you something?" "Anything." "Because when you leave on purpose, you can choose to come back. When you are left, the choice is not yours. The door stays closed from the other side." Desmond walked Anyoka to the front door. The fog extoled the yard, gray and wet, the dock lights barely visible through the haze. Mrs. Abero pressed a third bundle into the satchel, a thermos that clanked against the sandwich back. "Broth," she said. "Drink it on the crossing. You will need warmth." "Thank you." "Do not thank me. Get the job. That is how you thank me." Anyoka almost smiled. The children did not form a line or wave. They stood in the common room, watching through the window. Pilar with her sketchbook pressed to her chest, Tobin with his index cards, Nell with her hand in her brother's. Desmond held the door open. "You have a satchel with a resume, a reference list, shoes 1 size too large, and an open return ticket. That is more than most people carry when they walk into a room to change their life." "Is it?" "It is enough." Anyoka looked back. His eyes found Renske. "You said expectations can survive disappointment if the person stays in the room." "Yes." "Then I am going to walk to the ferry now. I am going to get on it, and I am going to use that ticket to come back, not because I am supposed to, because I expect you to still be here when I do." Renske held his gaze. "Then you will not be disappointed." Anyoka did not reply to that. He stepped through the door and walked into the fog. Desmond followed a pace behind, leaving the door hanging open. Inside the common room, no one moved. The ferry whistle sounded again, briefer, mid-maneuver. Pilar broke the silence. "He will be fine." "How do you know?" Nell asked. "Because he walked out the door like someone who already knew he would be back. That is not the same as walking out because you have to." The children absorbed that. Tobin nodded once. The fog swallowed the dock. The Faruhurin sounded, the engine note rose, then settled into a steady hum, the hull pulling away from the spit. And then there was silence again. Renske stood at the window watching the ferry disappear into the gray, one hand pressed flat against the glass, her cracked childhood watch ticking against the cold. Desmond came back 10 minutes later. He came alone. His face was unreadable, but he stopped in the front hall long enough to pull the door closed behind him and stand in the entryway with his hands still on the handle. He made it onto the ferry. Good. The fog is getting worse. The captain said the 4 o'clock ferry might be delayed if it does not lift. Rensman nodded. She did not move from the window. Desmond crossed the room and stood beside her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. She did not open the paper yet. Nell said to open it on the ferry. He was waiting. Good. Renske turned to look at him, at the line of his jaw, at the slight notch through his right eyebrow that she had noticed the day she arrived and had not understood. Then she moved her hand from the glass. Her fingers found his. They stood at the window, hands loosely linked, watching fog swallow the wake of the departing ferry. On the other side of the window, the fog thickened, the dock lights blurred, and somewhere out on the water, a boy in a borrowed white shirt and polished shoes too large for his feet was opening a piece of folded paper from a girl who had trusted him to wait. The house settled around them, and the clock ticked toward 10. Your power man's test had not lifted. It settled into the afternoon like a held breath, gray and patient, pressing against the windows until the house felt smaller than it was. Renske stood at the kitchen counter, with a cup of coffee she had not drunk, watching the clock tick past noon. The ferry had been gone for 2 hours. She did not know where Onyeka was now, whether he had opened the paper, whether Desmond had said anything else on the dock after she had stepped back inside. She did not know if the answer she had given him about expectations had been enough. The kitchen door swung open. Onyeka stood in the frame. He was wearing the white shirt. The tie was pulled loose, the knot dropped to his collarbone, and his borrowed shoes were scuffed at the toes. He looked tired. He looked like someone who had walked through fog and found the other side. You are back, Renske said. The ferry turned around. Fog got worse. Captain said we would be sitting in the channel until dark, so he brought us in. Where is Desmond? At the dock, talking to the captain about the 4 o'clock schedule. Onyeka crossed the kitchen. He pulled Nell's paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and laid it flat on the counter between them. It was a drawing. A house, all angles and light, with a door standing open and a figure on the threshold. A boy in a white shirt with his hand raised, not waving goodbye, but gesturing someone forward. Inside the open door, smaller figures waited at a table, a girl with her hand on a brother's shoulder, a woman with a knife and an apron, a man in a charcoal suit beside a woman with her hair tied back. Underneath, in Nell's cramped handwriting, "You are already inside. You just have to walk through the door." Renske read it twice. She drew this last night, Onyeka said, after everyone went to bed. Tobin told her what to draw. He said you would need to see it before you decided. Decided what? Whether to come back. Onyeka folded the paper carefully and tucked it into his shirt pocket. But I already knew. You told me expectations survive if the person stays in the room and works. I just needed to know if you meant it for yourself, too. Renske set the coffee down. I meant it. Then you are staying. It was not a question. Yes. Onyeka nodded once. Then he walked past her through the kitchen toward the stairs and she heard his door close softly. The afternoon passed in small motions. Pilar sketched by the window. Tobin and Nell sat together in the common room, Nell reading over her brother's shoulder as he laid index cards in careful rows. Mrs. Abar started dough for bread, the rhythm of her hands steady against the counter. Renske did not move from the kitchen. She sat at the table with the state folder open, the replication framework pages spread across the scarred wood, and she read each clause again. Transitional funding contingent on demonstrated scalability. 5D resident minimum within 18 months. Quarterly compliance reports. Lion veto over hiring and placement. She read page 7 3 times. Then she closed the folder. Desmond came back at 3:17. His coat was damp, his hair wet at the temples, and he carried the smell of salt and diesel fuel into the kitchen with him. He stopped in the doorway, looked at the closed folder, and waited. "The 4 o'clock ferry is delayed," he said. "Maybe cancelled. They will know by 6. "Onyeka's back." "I know. I saw him on the porch." Renske pushed the folder across the table. "I've been reading the terms again. The transitional funding clause, the replication requirements, the liaison veto. They are not offering a partnership. They are offering a takeover with better funding." Desmond sat down across from her. "Then we do not take the offer." "We cannot refuse it either. Without the funding, Onyeka leaves at 18 with a bus voucher. The other kids lose the staffing support. The building stays broken. So we write our own towns. We already did that. The counter-proposal. The children wrote it on the porch." Desmond leaned back, his gray eyes held hers. "Then we submit it. Not as a counter, as the offer. With our conditions, our timeline, our limits. And if they reject it? Then they reject it. We find another way." Renske looked at him, at the line of his jaw, at the slight notch through his right eyebrow, at the man who had come to close this place and was now sitting in its kitchen like a stone dropped into still water. "I do not know yet." But she was already reaching for the legal pad. Chapter 68. They worked until the coffee pot ran dry and the fog pressed against the windows like breath on glass. Renske handwriting blurred across the legal pad, names and numbers and deadlines bleeding together. Desmond worked in silence across from her, his pen moving in neat columns, recalculating operating costs against worst-case projections. The bread Mrs. Barbara had left sat untouched between them. At midnight, Renske set her pen down. "I cannot draft a response to a framework I do not believe in." Desmond looked up. His gray eyes were shadowed but clear. "Then do not draft one. Draft the framework we need. We do not have time to build an entire alternative before tomorrow." "No, but we have time to write the conditions that would make it possible." Renske stared at him. "Conditions?" "Not a counteroffer. A threshold. What we require before we even discuss expansion numbers." She picked up her pen again. The next page took shape differently. Not numbers, not deadlines. Principles. 1. Any expansion must be shaped with resident input, not imposed from above. 2. Funding cannot be tied to one child's future as leverage. 3. Structural safety assessments must be independent and binding. 4. The home's ethos, the intangible parts that make it work, must be protected in writing. Desmond read the list when she finished. He did not speak for a long moment. "Okonkwo will reject this on site." "Probably." "Then we are not answering her question. We are refusing to answer until our terms are met." "Yes." He set the page down. "Then we call her in the morning and tell her exactly that." At 7:47, Renske dialed the number from the caller ID. The phone rang 4 times before a voice answered, clipped and professional. "Deputy Director Okonkwo." "Deputy Director, this is Renske Okorafor from Harrowgate Home." "Ms. Okorafor, I assume you are calling with your preliminary response. Renske looked at Desmond, standing at the kitchen counter with the legal pad in his hands. We are not prepared to accept or decline the pilot designation at this time. A pause. I am not sure I understand. We need more time. The replication framework as written does not account for the specific conditions of this home, the children, the island, the building. We want to submit our own framework with conditions that protect the integrity of what we have built here. The pilot designation is not optional. It is the only path to transitional funding for your aging out residents. We understand that, which is why we are asking for a longer review period, and we insist that any expansion plan must be shaped with input from the residents themselves, not just staff, not just the state, the children who live here. The silence that followed was long enough that Renske checked to see if the call had dropped. You are asking for an exception to standard procedure. I am asking for a partnership instead of a template. Another pause. I cannot grant that over the phone. I will convene a review panel to consider your request. You will hear from us within 5 business days. 5 business days is too long. The Monday deadline. The Monday deadline is the offer's expiration, not the dialogues. If you are requesting a formal review, I will pause the timeline until the panel convenes. Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. Paused, not cancelled. Correct. You are buying time, not safety. It was the most honest thing Okonkwo had said all call. Thank you, Deputy Director. Ms. Okorafor? Yes. Be certain this is the hill you want to die on. The call ended. Renske set the phone down and turned to Desmond. She is convening a review panel. The timeline is paused until they meet. That buys us a week. Maybe 2. It buys us enough. Desmond set the legal pad on the table. His hand found hers, not loosely this time, but firm, deliberate. Then we use it. At 9:15, the kitchen phone rang again. Renske picked it up. Renske Okorafor. I heard you refused the state. Mikhail Quade's voice was quiet, careful. Not refused, delayed. Renske. I know what I am doing, Mikhail. Do you? Because Central Office just called me? They want a full evaluation of Harrowgate's suitability for the pilot designation. They are sending someone from the Replication Office to conduct an independent assessment. When? Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Ferry. Renske closed her eyes. Who? I do not know the name, but I know the office. They do not like institutions that are hard to standardize, and you just told them you refuse to be standardized. I refuse to be standardized without resident input. There is a difference. To you, yes. To them, you are a problem they will solve by removing the variables. Renske opened her eyes. Desmond was watching her, his jaw tight. What do you recommend? Prepare your case. Show them the framework you want to build. Prove that your model is replicable without losing what makes it work. And if we cannot? Mikhail was quiet for a moment. Then they will replicate a version of Harrowgate that does not need you to exist. The line went dead. Renske set the phone down. Desmond did not ask what had been said. He already knew. A new inspector from the Replication Office. Pilar's face flickered, something between fear and defiance. What do they want? To see if we can be copied. Pilar snorted. Good luck copying this. She disappeared back into the hall. Renske heard her voice, sharp and clear. Tobin, Nell, kitchen, now. At 10:03 the children began arriving. Tobin first, index cards in hand, Nell behind him, her hand on his shoulder. Then Deshawn, Mirsal, the younger ones trailing. Pilar stood at the kitchen door. You said resident input. We are the residents. Renske looked at the children filling the kitchen, at their faces, at their quiet readiness. Desmond pulled out chairs. Sit down, we have work to do. The fog boat arrived at 10:47. Renske heard the horn through the kitchen window, low and insistent. She did not stop writing. The inspector would arrive at 10, they had 11 hours. And 40 children who refused to be copied. Chapter 69. The ferry pulled away from Tillicum Spit at 7:47, the fog already burning off in patches, revealing water the color of old steel. Renske stood at the railing with her hands wrapped around a paper cup of coffee Mrs. Ababa had pressed into her palm before they left. Onyeka sat inside the cabin, alone, his forehead against the glass. Desmond found her on deck. He is not talking. Give him time. He has had 3 days of time. Renske turned. Desmond's jaw was tight, his hands shoved into his coat pockets. He looked the way she felt, strung out on too little sleep and too much hope. He is about to walk into a building and convince strangers he is worth hiring, she said. I would not be talking either. Desmond said nothing. They stood together as the spit shrank behind them, Harrowgate's roofline dissolving into the haze. The mainland arrived too fast. Port Townsend materialized through the thinning fog in sharp lines and primary colors, a waterfront of painted storefronts and clean sidewalks. The air smelled different here, diesel and salt, and something green that had not been rotting long enough. Onyeka stepped off the ferry like a man walking into enemy territory. Renske watched him take in the town, the people moving too fast, the cars, the signs with prices he could not afford. His shoulders crept up, his hands found his pockets. Which way? He asked. Desmond consulted his phone. 12 blocks. We have an hour. They walked in a triangle. On one side it looked like a group of strangers, a man in a charcoal suit, a woman in a worn jacket, a teenager in a borrowed shirt and shoes stuffed with newspaper. But Renske felt the shape of them, the way Onyeka kept adjusting his pace to match theirs, the way Desmond slowed without looking back, the way she herself fell into the gap between them, as if she had always been there. The town was too bright. Buildings caught the morning light and threw it back, hard and indifferent. People passed without nodding. A woman with a briefcase walked straight through their triangle, and Onyeka flinched. Almost there, Desmond said. They stopped outside a low brick building with a sign that read, North Sound Cooperative Corporate Offices. Onyeka stared at the door. I should go in alone. Are you sure? Renske asked. No, but I should still do it alone. Renske wanted to argue. She wanted to walk him in, shake the interviewer's hand, explain that this boy was worth more than any number on a page. But she had spent her whole life doing exactly that, filling the silences, carrying the weight, making herself indispensable to people who were learning to walk. She stepped back. Desmond stepped forward. One thing. Onyeka looked at him. Before you go in, open the paper. Onyeka's hand went to his pocket. He pulled out Nell's folded paper, still sealed, still unread. Now? Now. Onyeka broke the fold. Inside was a drawing. Renske leaned in to see it. A boy in a white shirt stood at the door of a house with an open threshold. Behind him, a girl with her hand on a brother's shoulder. A woman in an apron. A man in a charcoal suit. A woman with her hair tied back. All of them waiting. The caption read, We will still be here when you come back. Onyeka's hand trembled once, then stilled. He folded the paper carefully, returned it to his pocket, and nodded. He walked to the door. His hand found the handle again, and this time he opened it. The door swung inward, swallowing him into a hallway of fluorescent light and polished floors. Renske did not breathe until it closed behind him. Desmond let out a long, slow exhale beside her. 14 years, she said. What? You told him you did not go in. That means you eventually did. Desmond was quiet for a moment. I did. The next day. And the woman behind the desk told me the position was filled. Renske looked at him. But you went back. I went back. She let that sit between them. He might get the job, she said, or he might not. But he went in. He went in. They stood together on the sidewalk, a man and a woman in front of a brick building in a town that did not know them, waiting for a boy who had just walked through the door. Neither of them had been brave enough to open at his age. And for a moment, that was enough. The sun climbed higher. People walked past. A bell chimed somewhere, and Onyeka stayed inside. Renske's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. New message. Unknown number. She opened it. One line. Tell Onyeka the Replication office just requested his county file. They want to interview him before the pilot decision is final. Renske's blood went cold. She held the phone out to Desmond. He read it in silence. Then he looked at her, and she saw the same fear she felt, the same understanding, the same terrible knowledge sinking in. The state was not just coming for Harrowgate, they were coming for Onyeka. Chapter 70. The text stayed open in Renske's hand. 3 lines, 23 words. Enough to turn the morning inside out. Desmond was still reading over her shoulder, his breath a steady weight against her hair. She felt the exact moment he finished, the way his chest stopped moving, the way the air between them turned dense and wrong. They cannot interview him without a guardian present. He is 18 in 6 weeks. 6 weeks is not today. She looked at the building, at the door that had swallowed Onyeka, at the fluorescent hum behind the glass. The text had come from a number she did not recognize. No signature, no context, just the fact, delivered like a blade slipped between ribs. Who sent this? I do not know. Someone who knows what the Replication office is doing? Renske pocketed the phone. Her hand felt cold. The plastic watch on her wrist had not moved in hours. The second hand frozen somewhere between 11 and 12, another cheap mechanism that had given up when she needed it most. We tell him after, she said. Not before. He needs to walk into that room thinking about the job, not about the state. Desmond did not argue. They stood together on the sidewalk, 2 people holding a secret that would detonate the moment Onyeka walked back out that door. The minutes stretched. 15, 20, 25. People passed. A woman with a dog, a delivery driver with a hand truck, someone unlocking a bicycle from a rack across the street. The world kept moving while Renske stood frozen in a patch of sun that felt too bright for the weight she was carrying. The building door opened. Onyeka stepped out. He looked at them. His face gave nothing away. Desmond. Desmond straightened. Before I go in, I need to ask you something. Renske's stomach tightened. Onyeka walked toward them, stopped 3 feet away, and pulled the folded paper from his pocket. Nell's drawing, the open door, the waiting figures, the caption that had nearly broken him on the sidewalk. You said you went back the next day, to the door you walked away from. Desmond nodded. Did they remember you? The people inside? They did. Did it matter? Desmond was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was lower than Renske had ever heard it. I do not know if it mattered to them. It mattered to me. Onyeka looked at the drawing, then at Desmond, then at the building behind him. I am going in now. He turned. Desmond stepped forward. No, Yanka. No, Yanka stopped. Courage is not the absence of the exit plan. It is staying long enough to see whether the room can hold you. Noyanka did not turn around, but he did not walk away either. You have one, he said. An exit plan. Everyone should. I do not. Desmond's voice dropped lower still. Yes, you do. You have a return ticket with go date. You have a house full of people who will still be here when you come back. You have a drawing in your pocket that proves someone saw you walk through a door before you even knew you would reach it. Then it's not an exit plan. The good kind. The kind that lets you go knowing there is a place to land. Nonyenka stood still for 3 heartbeats. Then he walked through the door. This time he did not stop at the threshold. This time the door swung shut behind him with a soft click, and Renske watched through the glass as he crossed the lobby, spoke to a receptionist, and disappeared through an inner door into a hallway she could not see. She let out a breath she did not know she had been holding. Desmond was watching the same spot. He is going to get the job, he said. You do not know that. I know what it looks like when someone decides they are worth fighting for. Renske looked at him. He was not looking at her. He was still watching the door, but his eyes were somewhere else, somewhere older, somewhere that still smelled like a bus station in a town he had left and returned to, and left again. You said you used to think surviving meant never needing a return path. He did not answer right away. I did. And now? He turned to face her. Now I know that the people who make it are the ones who learn to keep a door open behind them. Not because they plan to run, because knowing they can makes it easier to stay. Renske felt something shift in her chest, a small, quiet loosening, like a knot she had been carrying so long she had forgotten it was there. My mother used to say the strongest people never look back. She was wrong. I know. They stood in the sun, 2 people who had spent their whole lives learning to be alone, learning to be enough, learning to need no one. And now, here they were, waiting for a boy who had just walked through a door neither of them had been brave enough to open, holding a secret that could destroy everything they had built. Renske's phone buzzed again. She pulled it out. Same number. They just called the front desk. His file is already on the interviewer's table. Renske showed Desmond. He read it. His jaw tightened. We have maybe 40 minutes before he comes back out. 40 minutes to figure out how to tell him the state is building a case against him. Or to decide if we tell him at all. Renske looked at the building, at the glass, at the hallway where Onyanka had disappeared. We tell him, she said. We tell him everything, and then we figure out what comes next. Desmond nodded. They waited. The sun climbed higher, and somewhere inside that building, a boy in a white shirt and borrowed shoes was answering questions that would decide his future, while a replication office he had never met was already writing his name into a file Renske could not reach. She did not look away from the door. She did not let herself, because if she did, she might see the shadow moving behind the glass on the 2nd floor. The silhouette that had been standing there for the last 10 minutes, watching them with the stillness of someone who already knew how this story ended. Chapter 71. The door opened. Oneka stepped out blinking, the mainland sun hitting him full in the face, and for a moment he just stood there on the concrete, with his hands hanging at his sides like he had forgotten what to do with them. Renske pushed off the wall. Onyeka looked at her, looked at Desmond, opened his mouth, closed it. They asked for references. His voice came out flat, bewildered, like he was reporting a fact he had not processed. They asked for references. They said they would call before the end of the week. Renske felt the air leave her chest in a single hard rush. Onyeka. They said I interviewed well. They said the kitchen supervisor position is mine if the background check clears and the references check out. He held up a folded paper. She gave me a packet, with a start date, 2 weeks from Monday. Desmond stepped forward. That is excellent news. It is. Onyeka said it like he was testing the shape of the words. I got the job. He said it again, slower. I got the job. Renske crossed the pavement and stopped in front of him. She did not grab his shoulders. She did not pull him into a hug. She just stood there, close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his hands were still slightly open, still waiting for something to hold. Look at me. He did. You walked through that door. You sat in that room. You answered their questions, and they chose you. They chose me. Yes. He looked down at the packet in his hands. The start date is 2 weeks. I know. That means I leave in 2 weeks. Renske felt the words land somewhere below her ribs, sharp and clean, like a blade she had been expecting. Yes. Onyeka looked up. Then what? I do not know. He stared at her. Then something in his face cracked, just slightly, a hairline fracture in the composure he had been holding since breakfast. I got the job, he said, and his voice broke on the last word. So why does it feel like I am already gone? Renske's throat closed. Desmond spoke from behind her. Because you are afraid success means you stop needing us. Onyeka did not deny it. Is it true? Renske stepped closer. No. She said it flat, firm, the same voice she used when a child asked if the floor would hold. No. You get to have both. You get to leave and come back. You get to be someone who can run a kitchen and still need a place to land. They are not opposites. Onyeka looked at the packet. They are not opposites, he repeated, like he was trying to remember a line in a script. Say again. They are not opposites. One more time. He met her eyes. I get to have both. Yes. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he exhaled, a slow, shaky breath that seemed to carry something older than the interview, older than the ferry ride, older than the morning. I am going to call Mrs. Abra. Good. I am going to tell her I got the job. She will be proud of you. Onyeka looked down at the packet again. Then he looked past Renske at Desmond standing in the sun with his hands in his pockets and his gray eyes fixed on the boy who had just done what he had not managed at 17. Thank you, Onyeka said. Desmond nodded. You did the work. That is not what I am thanking you for. Desmond went very still. Onyeka held his gaze. You told me the door would still be open. You did not have to say that. You did not have to give me the ticket. You did not have to tell me about the bus voucher. He paused. But you did. Desmond's jaw tightened. You are welcome. Onyeka nodded once. Then he pulled out his phone and walked a few paces away, pressing it to his ear, his voice low and steady as he started talking. Renske let herself breathe. Desmond did not move. He is going to be fine, Renske said. I know. You sound like you are trying to convince you. He turned to look at her. I am watching a boy walk through a door I walked away from. It feels different than I thought it would. How does it feel? He considered the question. Like I might have been wrong about what courage looks like. Renske looked at him. Or maybe you were just 17, and 17 is allowed to be scared. Desmond's mouth moved. Not quite a smile, something softer. Maybe. Onyeka finished his call and walked back, the back it clutched against his chest. Mrs. Abra said she is making a cake. She said if I do not come home on the next ferry, she will send Juniper to collect me. She would. She said she put my name on the pantry clipboard, next to Kitchen Assistant Permanent. Renske felt something crack open in her chest. That is your place now, if you want it. Onyeka looked at the building behind him, then at the ferry terminal, then at the two people standing on the pavement who had spent the last hour waiting for him to come back out. I want it. Then let us go home. They walked toward the ferry terminal together, Onyeka in the middle, Desmond a half step behind, Renske matching his pace without thinking about it. The sun was high now, the fog had burned off, and for a few blocks, walking through a town that belonged to neither of them, they were just three people heading toward the water. Then Renske's phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Central office. She read the message standing still, the pavement suddenly too solid under her feet. Revisions to the pilot proposal have been drafted based on your preliminary framework. Please review and confirm by end of day. We have scheduled the resident interview for Tuesday at 10 a.m. The replication office will conduct it on-site with Onyeka Juru. She read it twice. The third time she read it aloud. Onyeka stopped walking. They are coming here. Yes. For me? Yes. Desmond took the phone from Renske's hand and read the message himself. When he looked up, his face was unreadable. We scheduled it, before we even agreed. They are assuming consent. They are assuming victory. Onyeka looked at the packet in his hands, then at the ferry terminal, then at the two people standing on the pavement who had spent the last hour waiting for him to come back out. I want it. Then let us go home. They walked toward the ferry terminal together, Onyeka in the middle, Desmond a half step behind, Renske matching his pace without thinking about it. The sun was high now, the fog had burned off, and for a few blocks, walking through a town that belonged to neither of them, they were just three people heading toward the water. Then Renske's phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Central office. She read the message standing still, the pavement suddenly too solid under her feet. Revisions to the pilot proposal have been drafted based on your preliminary framework. Please review and confirm by end of day. We have scheduled the resident interview for Tuesday at 10 a.m. The replication office will conduct it on-site with Onyeka Juru. She read it twice. The third time she read it aloud. Onyeka stopped walking. They are coming here. Yes. For me. Yes. Desmond took the phone from Renske's hand and read the message himself. When he looked up, his face was unreadable, entirely ancient. That is more constant finny his hamp, quite slipe. Anything sewed with what a very shadow. Secondly, she do not jur me from heavy under the class. Chapter 72. The ferry lurched away from the dock, salt spray sheeting across the window as the mainland slid into gray. Onyeka had claimed the bench seat by the starboard window, his borrowed shoes propped on his satchel, the job packet open on his knee. He stared at it without reading. His eyelids dropped once, twice, then stayed down, his head tilting against the glass until his breathing evened out. Renske watched the pulse in his throat slow. Desmond sat across the aisle, one arm stretched along the back of his seat, his gray eyes fixed on nothing. The cabin smelled of diesel and wet wool. They had 3 days. Renske counted them on her fingers. Tuesday was a deadline masquerading as an interview. Wednesday was a question she could not answer yet. Thursday was the state's scheduled response to their framework, assuming the review panel even convened before then. Her cracked plastic watch read 2:47. The ferry shuddered through a swell, and Onyeka did not stir. Let him sleep, Desmond said, his voice low. I was not going to wake him. You were going to start planning. Renske looked at him. He has a job now, a real one, benefits, housing assistance, and they are going to put him in a room with people whose job is to find reasons to disqualify him. And you think planning will stop them? I think not planning guarantees they win. Desmond shifted in his seat, his hand dropping to rest on the vinyl beside him. Not quite toward her, Not quite away. We have a framework. We have 4 conditions. We have a deputy director who agreed to convene a panel. That is not Riven the Mist's Amber's truck. It's engine idling, a paper bag on the passenger seat. Renske stepped onto the planks first, her legs adjusting to solid ground. Anyanka followed, the packet clutched against his chest. Desmond came last, scanning the dock with the practiced vigilance of someone who had learned to read threat in stillness. "You two waiting for an invitation?" Mrs. Arbor called from the truck window. "There is mail, a lot of it, and the East Wing toilet is making a noise I do not like." Renske felt the familiarity settle around her like a coat. Home. They walked up the gravel path, the house growing larger with every step. The front porch was empty, the door was unlocked. The smell of bread and salt and damp wood hit Renske as she crossed the threshold. The stack of envelopes sat on the hall table, held down by a jar of dried lavender. Mrs. Achterberg had not opened them. Renske picked up the first one. State Department of Children, Youth, and Families. Return address, Central Office. She opened it. The second was from the Replication Office, printed on heavy bond paper with a formal letterhead. She opened that one too. The third was addressed to Anyanka Duru, Private and Confidential, the stamp reading Office of Transitional Services. She handed it to him without reading it. Anyanka took it, his face unreadable. Desmond stood in the doorway watching. "What do they say?" Renske read the first page twice before answering. "The Central Office has accepted our preliminary framework. They are scheduling a formal review for next Thursday." "That is good." "It is conditional. They want a site visit before the review, and they want to interview every resident over 12. Desmond's jaw tightened. "And the second one?" Renske looked down at the Replication Office letter. It was shorter, and it was not addressed to her. "Dear Mr. Duru, we are writing to confirm your interview with the Replication Office, scheduled for Tuesday, March 14th at 10 a.m. This interview will take place at Harrowgate Home and will be conducted by our senior assessor, Dr. Patricia Kellerman. Please bring any documentation you wish to present regarding your history at Harrowgate Home, your current employment status, and your plans for post-majority transition. Failure to appear will be noted in your permanent file and may affect future eligibility for state-supported programs." Anyanka read it standing still. Then he folded it, slid it into his pocket, and looked at Renske. "They're not letting me choose." "No. They are coming here to take my testimony and use it against you. That is what it looks like." Anyanka nodded slowly. Then he smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had been underestimated before and had learned to use it. "Then I will give them testimony. I will tell them exactly what this house is, and what it means, and why they cannot replicate it." Renske stared at him. "Anyanka, I am not a child they can frighten into silence. I am a legal adult in 11 days, and I have a job offer, and I have a place that put my name on a pantry clipboard." He looked at Desmond. "And I have a return ticket." Desmond did not speak, but something shifted in his face. Something like pride. Renske looked at the stack of envelopes still on the table, at the boy who had stopped running, at the man who had taught him how, at the house that held them both. And she realized, standing in the front hall with bread and lavender and the weight of 3 days bearing down on them, that they were not waiting for the state anymore. They were ready. The ferry horn sounded again, distant through the trees, and somewhere in the second-floor window, a shadow moved. Chapter 73. Renske read the letter again, the words settling into something heavier than paper could hold. Provisional support contingent upon data sharing protocols, training documentation, and exploratory intake growth not to exceed 15% of current capacity during the pilot evaluation period. Not an ultimatum. A net. Desmond took it from her hands, read it twice, and set it on the hall table beside the jar of lavender. "They want everything," he said. "Our schedules, our staffing ratios, our repair timelines, our incident reports. And they want permission to study how we make decisions. That is not what it says. That is what it means. Data sharing is not a handshake, Renske. It is an audit trail. Once they have our numbers, they can compare us to every other facility in the state and decide exactly where we fall short." Onika stood in the doorway, the job packet still pressed against his chest. "You are talking like they already won." Desmond looked at him. "I am talking like someone who had read enough contracts to know what the small print does not say." Renske picked up the letter again. The language was careful, collaborative even. Exploratory intake growth was phrased as a question, not a mandate. Provisional support meant the state would cover the first phase of repairs without requiring a full commitment to the 50-resident model. It was not the trap she had expected. It was something worse. It was an offer that looked reasonable enough to accept and structured enough to bind them. "There is a third page," she said. Desmond took the letter back, flipped to the final sheet. His face did not change, but his jaw tightened. "Training documentation must be submitted within 30 days. If we fail to produce replicable protocols, the provisional status converts to a standard licensing review with no grandfathering provisions." Meaning, if they tried to meet the terms and failed, they lost everything. No second chance. No fallback to their current certification. Onyeka set his packet down and walked to the table. He looked at the pages spread across the wood. "Let me see it." Desmond handed him the letter. Onyeka read it standing still, the way he read everything, with the careful attention of someone who had learned that adults hid the real meaning in the middle paragraphs. "The exploratory intake is capped at 6 new residents," he said. "Not 15%, 6. They want us to take 6 more kids before we prove the model works." Renske had missed that. She took the letter back and found the line, buried in subsection C of the growth parameters. "Initial intake increase not to exceed 6 residents, approx 15% of current capacity, for the duration of the pilot evaluation period, with further growth contingent upon successful completion of Phase 2 benchmarks." 6 more children. In a house where the East Ring foundation was cracking and the boiler was held together by Juniper's prayers, Desmond met her eyes. "You see it now. I see a number we can fight. 6 is not the problem. The precedent is the problem. They want us to normalize expansion before we know if the house can hold what it already carries." Renske looked at the pages, at the careful language, at the trap that did not look like a trap until you read the fine print. And then she looked at Onyeka, who was watching her with the steady gaze of someone who had already decided what he would do. "What do you think?" she asked. Onyeka did not hesitate. "I think they wrote this assuming we would say yes because we are desperate, and I think they are right enough that we have to be careful." "Meaning?" "Meaning we take the provisional support. We fix the roof and the boiler and the foundation. We document everything. And when they come back with the next phase, we negotiate from a position where we are not non-leak away from collapse." Desmond started to speak, then stopped. He looked at Onyeka the way he had looked at him on the ferry, with something shifting behind his eyes. "That is good strategy. I learned from watching both of you." Renske felt the corner of her mouth lift. "Then we agree. We accept the provisional terms and we draft a response that clarifies our boundaries before they set them for us. And we bring it to the house," Desmond said. Renske looked at him. "The children said they wanted input. This is the first decision that affects their future. We bring it to the house." Onyeka nodded slowly. "Mrs. Abora will want to see the numbers. Pilar will want to read every word. Tobin will draw what happens if we say yes and what happens if we say no, and Nell will tell us which drawing is true." Renske looked at the stack of envelopes on the table, at the jar of lavender holding them down. at the boy who had stopped running and the man who had taught him how. Then we bring it to the house. She folded the letter and slid it into her pocket. The house gathered in the common room at 7. Mrs. Abra had made soup. Deshawn had pulled chairs into a loose circle. Pilar sat cross-legged on the floor with her sketchbook open, pencil already moving. Tobin and Nell sat together on the window seat, Nell's hand on her brother's shoulder. Renske stood in the center of the room and read the letter aloud. When she finished, no one spoke. Pilar's pencil kept moving. Mrs. Abra set the ladle down. Deshawn leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. So they want to study us like we are a science experiment, he said. Like we are a model they can copy, Renske said, and they are willing to pay for the repairs to do it. And if we do not let them? Then the provisional support goes away, and we are back to the standard licensing review with no guarantee of renewal. Tobin looked up from his index cards. How many new kids? 6, to start. That is not enough to break the East Wing. But it is enough to test us, Nell said. They want to see if we can handle growth without falling apart. Pilar stopped drawing. Then we show them we can. And when they come back asking for more, we show them the line. Mrs. Abra nodded once. The children have spoken. Renske looked around the room, at the faces watching her, at the house that had held them all. Then we accept the terms, we send the response tomorrow morning, and we start documenting everything. The room exhaled. Deshawn pushed his chair back. Marissa started ladling soup into bowls. Pilar kept drawing. And Renske felt something settle in her chest that she had not felt since she stepped off the last ferry into phasing fog. Not certainty, not safety, but something close enough to hope. Desmond found her in the kitchen at 9, after the children had eaten and the dishes were drying, and the house had settled into its evening rhythm. The response should go out on the morning ferry. I know. Mrs. Abra is drafting a cover letter that includes a line about the children's input being part of the decision-making process. She wants the state to see it. Renske turned from the window. That is good. Desmond did not move. It is good, he said, but it is not enough. What else? He stepped closer. Thursday. The site visit, the interviews. The replication office wants to talk to every resident over 12. That includes Onyeka, and we do not know what they will ask him. He will tell them the truth. The truth is what they will use against us. Renske looked at him sexed. Then we make sure the truth is enough. Desmond held her gaze, and for a long moment neither of them spoke. The ferry horn sounded through the dark, distant and low. And somewhere in the second floor window the shadow moved again. Chapter 74. The common room had not stopped humming since Renske finished reading. Pilar's pencil moved in short, furious strokes. Deshawn leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. Tobin had his index cards spread across the window seat in a grid only he understood. Nell watched the room like she was counting every face. Mrs. Abra stood at the edge of the circle, her ladle still, her eyes tracking the children the way she tracked a boiling pot. Pilar stopped drawing. Write this down. Renske pulled the legal pad from her bag. Models are useful when they remember children are not prototypes. The room went still. Pilar kept her eyes on her sketchbook. We are not the thing they test until it works. We are the thing that already works. If they copy us wrong, that is their problem. But they do not get to break what we built to see how it was put together. Mrs. Abra nodded once. That goes in the cover letter. Tobin cleared his throat. Everyone looked at him. I want a rule. What kind of rule? Renske asked. He looked down at his index cards. A rule that says no one here gets made easier to move than to know. Nell's hand tightened on his shoulder. Explain it, she said softly. Tobin did not look up. When the state makes their plans, they think about how many beds, how many staff hours, how much it costs to move a child from one place to another. They do not think about how long it takes to know someone, what they like, what they are afraid of, what makes them laugh when they think no one is watching. He looked at Renske. So if they make a model of us, they have to promise they will never build a place where it is faster to send a kid away than to learn their name. The silence stretched. Desmond broke it. That is the best condition we have heard all night. Tobin looked at him, uncertain. Write it down, Desmond said. Renske wrote. Deshawn shifted in his chair. I want a number. What number? Renske asked. How many adults per kid? Minimum. So if the state tries to expand us into some factory model, they have to keep the ratio that makes this place work. That is already in our draft, Desmond said. 1 adult per 4 residents during waking hours, 1 per 8 overnight. Make it 1 per 4 overnight too. That is not sustainable. Neither is a kid who cannot find a dog from they are scared. Desmond looked at Deshawn for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will run the numbers. Marisol spoke from the kitchen doorway. I want a clause about being heard. She wiped her hands on her jeans. Not just resident input, a real mechanism. If he says something is wrong, they have to listen before they decide, not after. Mrs. Auber looked at Renske. That goes in the governance section. Renske wrote. Nell pulled her hand off Tobin's shoulder. I want the door. What door? Renske asked. Any door, every door. The rule that says you can leave and come back, that you do not have to stay gone just because you walked out. She looked at Onyeka, who sat against the wall with his arms crossed. He has a return ticket. Everyone should have one. Onyeka's jaw tightened. Pilar's pencil stopped. And a place to come back to. She looked at Renske. If someone leaves and comes back, the house has to have room for them. Physically, legally, not just sentimentally. Mrs. Auber set the ladle down. Put a number on it. Renske looked up. A reserved bed. 10% of capacity minimum, held for residents in transition. That way no one comes back to a full house. Desmond calculated silently. That reduces our functional capacity to 36 before the new 6 arrive. Then the state can decide if they want a model or a waiting list, Mrs. Auber said. Desmond looked at Renske. Renske wrote. Marisol came fully into the room. On the cover letter say this. She straightened. The children of Harrowgate Home are not the product. The children are the authors. Any replication framework that treats residents as outputs instead of participants will be rejected by the residents themselves. Pilar's pencil moved faster. That is good. It is true. Renske looked around the room. At Deshawn's crossed arms, at Marisol's clenched jaw, at Pilar's bleeding pencil lines, at the twins, pressed together like they were holding each other against a tide. Anything else? Tobin lifted one of his index cards. Say the East Wing Foundation needs to be fixed before any new residents arrive. Not after, not pending, before. Mrs. Auber nodded. That is a hard boundary. Desmond looked at Renske. It is. Renske wrote it. The room exhaled. Mrs. Auber picked up her radle again. Then we have our terms, concrete needs, non-negotiable boundaries, and a list of what cannot be optimized away. She looked at the children. The house has answered. Pilar closed her sketchbook. Now we send it. Renske folded the legal pad. First ferry tomorrow morning. I will take it, Mrs. Auber said. No. Everyone looked at Desmond. If the state sees Mrs. Auber at the door every time, they will know she is the one we send for important things. We need to vary the messengers. Make them think the terms could come from anywhere in the house. Pilar smiled. That is strategic. I have been known to know? Renske looked at him. Then who takes it? Desmond looked at the twins. Tobin went still. Nell looked at her brother. Then she nodded. We will. Mrs. Arbor frowned. The ferry is not a game. We know the route, Nell said. We have been twice. The ticket operator knows us. We will hand the envelope to the clerk. He will put it in the morning pouch. Renske opened her mouth. Closed it. Chapter 75. The common room was empty when Renske came down at dawn. The folded paper still waited in the second-floor window. She stood at the base of the stairs and looked up at it, white against gray glass, taped from the outside. That meant someone had climbed the porch roof in the dark, pressed it there, and left before the house stirred. Mrs. Arbor's footsteps crossed the kitchen behind her. Did you read it? Not yet. Then you are waiting for something. Renske did not answer. The phone rang. She crossed to the hall table and picked up before the second ring. Renske Okorafor. Good morning. Mile Quade's voice, clipped and professional, but there was something underneath it, a loosening she had not heard before. I need reference details on Onyeka Duru's interview process. Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. His interview was yesterday. Cannery Co-op, kitchen supervisor position. I know. They called county licensing this morning for a clearance check. The request crossed my desk. She waited. Mile paused. Standard procedure would route that to the replication office. I routed it to myself instead. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The interview results were favorable. The co-op wants to confirm his references and start date. I am calling because I can give them what they need faster than the replication team can block it. Renske leaned against the wall. And if the replication team finds out you routed around them? Then I will explain it as efficiency, which it is. His voice shifted, dropped half a degree in temperature, but the cold was not aimed at her. Central office is watching Harrowgate closely. More closely than I have seen them watch any rural facility in 10 years. Because we survived. Because you survived and made it look replicable. That is politically useful. Functioning examples are ammunition for budget negotiations. They want to use you. And if we refuse to be used, then they will try to dismantle the example so no one else can cite it. Renske closed her eyes. That is not a threat, Renske. That is a description of how the system works. She opened them. I know. I will send the reference clearance to the co-op by noon. Onyeka's start date will hold. But Tuesday's interview with Dr. Kellerman will still happen, and the site visit Thursday will still proceed. And the interviewers will still try to use him against us, unless you prepare him to be unusable. Renske looked at the folded paper in the window. He is already prepared. Good. A beat. Then Michael's voice softened, barely, like a door opened a crack and held. He deserves this job. Tell him I said that. I will. You have 48 hours before Kellerman arrives. Use them. The line went dead. Renske lowered the receiver. Desmond stood in the kitchen doorway, coffee in hand, watching her. Michael? Reference clearance. Onyeka's job is secure. He nodded. And the rest? She looked at the folded paper again. 48 hours before the replication office comes for him. Desmond followed her gaze. Then we have 48 hours to know what that paper says. Or who left it? Same question. They crossed the hall together. Renske climbed the first 3 stairs, then stopped. The paper was taped to the glass at eye level, folded once, no seal, no writing on the outside. Whoever left it had wanted it visible, not hidden. Wanted them to find it, to wonder, to come up and read. She reached the second-floor landing. The hall was empty. The door to the east wing stood ajar. The window at the end of the hall faced the gray morning, and the paper waited against it, white and still. Renske crossed to it. Her fingers touched the tape. Cold. The glass was cold. The tape had been pressed hard enough to hold against wind. She peeled it free, unfolded. The handwriting was small, precise, in ink that had bled slightly at the edges of each letter, as if written in a hurry or on damp paper. The house keeps records the state cannot access. Look where the foundation meets the boiler room wall. 3rd floor, east side, behind the loose baseboard. Someone who knows where the house keeps its debts. No signature, no date. Renske read it twice. Desmond reached the top of the stairs. What does it say? She handed him the paper. He read it, his jaw tightened. 3rd floor, east side. Behind the loose baseboard. That is the room. The sealed room. Next to it, the storage closet we wedged shut. Renske looked at the paper again. Someone inside this house knows about the sealed room. Knew we found it, knew we wedged it shut. Or someone outside the house who has been watching. She thought of the shadow, the silhouette in the 2nd floor window, the stillness of someone who already knew how the story ended. Then they want us to find whatever was behind that baseboard. Desmond folded the paper carefully. And if it is a trap? Then we spring it together. She turned toward the east wing stairs. Desmond followed. Behind them, the morning fair horns sounded through the fog, and the house settled into its familiar creaks and groans. But on the 2nd floor landing, where the paper had been taped to the glass, a thin smear of rust-colored residue remained on the window, shaped like the edge of a hand that had pressed hard enough to leave its mark. Chapter 76. The baseboard gave with a scrape against the floorboards, nails pulling free of wood that had not been touched in years. Renske knelt on the dusty planking, Desmond beside her, the flashlight beam cutting a narrow cone across the 3rd floor wall where the foundation met the boiler room below. Behind the board, a gap, deep enough to hold more than dust. Renske reached in. Her fingers brushed paper, then metal. She pulled out a flat tin box, rusted at the corners, the lid sealed with tape gone brittle and yellow. Desmond took it, worked the tape loose with care, lifted the lid. Inside, a stack of documents, notarized statements, handwritten letters, a photograph of children lined up on the Harrowgate porch, faces smudged by time, the porch railings still straight in the years before rot. Renske lifted the top sheet. The letterhead read, Tillicum Spit Trust, Estate of Elias Harrowgate. This is legal? She said. Old legal. Desmond's jaw tightened. He took the next page, read in silence, then handed it to her. It was a trust document, dated 15 years ago. It created a standing fund for any resident who aged out of Harrowgate, designed to cover security deposits, first month's rent, emergency travel, and a return option. The fund was seeded with enough capital to sustain 40 years. The trustees were named Mrs. Ijama Abra, Pendleton, and one other thumb scratched out so hard the pen had torn through. Someone voided this, Renske said, or replaced it. Desmond's voice was flat. The state never knew it existed. Elias wanted kids to have a way back, and someone buried it. Renske looked at the photograph again, the children's faces. One of them might have been Desmond. Might have been someone the trust was supposed to catch, who fell through anyway. She closed the box. We need to show this to Pendleton, and Onyeka. Yes. They stood, the floor creaked beneath them. The house seemed to hold its breath, as though it had been waiting for this most longer than either of them had been alive. They found Onyeka in the kitchen, standing over a legal pad with a pen in his hand, Maricel and Pilar flanking him at the table. Tobin and Nell sat on the window seat, watching the gray water beyond the glass. Renske set the tin box on the counter. Onyeka looked up. What's that? Something that changes your options. She told him what they have found. The trust, the scratched-out name, the possibility that Harrowgate had always intended to keep its children after they left. Onyeka listened without moving. When she finished, he said, "So someone killed it, and now the state is trying to use me as leverage to make this place into something Elias never wanted." "Maybe." Desmond pulled out a chair. "Or maybe we revive it." "How?" "Pendleton, the island bar, and a staying connected plan that does not depend on the state's permission." Onyeka's pen moved. He wrote something on the legal pad, then pushed it across the table. Renske read it. "Return access. Key. Weekly dinner. Contact list. No permission needed to walk back through the door." "That's what I want," Onyeka said. "Written down, signed, so no one can scratch my name out." Renske looked at Desmond. He nodded. They wrote it together. Onyeka's hands steady as he added his own conditions. The open-ended return ticket, a key to the house, Mrs. Auber's phone number on speed dial, and a clause that silence from either side would not be read as surrender. If he did not call for 6 months, they would call him. If they did not answer, he would keep trying. Renske signed first, then Desmond, then Onyeka. Slow, deliberate, pressing the pen into the paper as though leaving a mark that could not be erased. Pilar slid the pad toward herself, read it, and looked up at Renske. "What about the rest of us?" The question hung. Tobin climbed off the window seat, walked to the table, and stood beside Onyeka. "When I age out," he said, "will there be a paper for me too?" Nell followed, then Marisol, then from the doorway, Deshawn, arms crossed. Renske looked at the faces around the table. 40 children. Each one would leave someday. Each one needed to know the door would still open. "Yes," she said. "Every one of you." Desmond pulled another legal pad from the drawer. "Then we write them now." The kitchen filled with the scratch of pens, the murmur of children dictating their own terms, the quiet certainty of a house learning to promise again. Outside, the fog thinned. The ferry horn sounded, and on the second-floor window, the rust-colored residue of the hand that had pressed hard enough to leave its mark began to glow, faint and rhythmic, like a heartbeat finding its way through glass. Chapter 77. The kitchen clock said 9:47. The legal pads were stacked, the last signature dried, and the children had finally drifted toward their rooms in ones and twos, carrying their own papers like talismans against the dark. Renske stood at the counter with a cold cup of coffee she had not touched in 20 minutes. The tin box sat open beside her. The trust document. The photograph of children who had grown up and left and maybe never come back. She heard him before he spoke. The weight of his step, the pause at the doorway. "You should sleep," Desmond said. "So should you." He did not argue. He crossed the kitchen instead, pulled out the chair across from her, and sat. The wood creaked under him. The house settled around them, pipes ticking, wind pressing against the windows, the faint hum of the restored boiler working in the basement. Renske looked at him. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows, his hands resting flat on the table, palms down. The notch through his right eyebrow caught the light. "I keep thinking about that photograph," she said. "Those kids. How many of them had papers like Onyeka's? How many walked off this island with nothing but a bus voucher?" Desmond's jaw tightened. "Too many. Elias tried." She tapped the trust document. "He tried to give them a way back, and someone buried it. We dug it up. We don't know if it can still work. The funding might be gone. The accounts might have been drained years ago. Then we refill them." She looked at him. "That is not a small thing to promise." "No." His gray eyes held hers. "It is not." The silence stretched. The fog pressed against the window, thick and patient, softening the world outside into a blur of gray and gold from the porch light. Desmond's not look away. "I have spent 17 years building a life I could walk away from," he said. "Every job, every city, every room I rented. I kept them light, easy to leave. I told myself that was freedom." Renske's chest tightened. "It was not freedom," he said. "It was waiting." "For what?" "For a reason to stay." His voice dropped. The words came slower, each one deliberate, as though he was pulling them from somewhere deep. "I found it," he said. "Not the house, not the will, not the deadline or the inspection or the trust fund. You." Renske's breath caught. "I want a life with you inside this loud, difficult place," Desmond said. "Not because the claws trapped us here, not because we have 40 children watching, because choosing it with you feels like the fewest thing I have ever done that was not an escape plan." She could not speak. He waited. The kitchen held its breath. The kettle on the stove, the stacked legal pads, the open tin box with its buried promises. Everything in the room seemed to pause, watching her. Renske set down the cold coffee. She walked around the table, and she did not think about whether she deserved this, whether she had earned it, whether she was useful enough to be kept. She just moved. She leaned into him. His arms came up around her, steady and sure, and she pressed her face into the collar of his shirt and felt him exhale like he had been holding that breath for years. "I do not know how to let someone carry anything for me," she said into his shoulder. "I know. I am going to be bad at this. I know that too." She pulled back just enough to look at him. His hand came up, fingers brushing the hair from her face, and his thumb traced the curve of her jaw with a tenderness that made her chest ache. "I am not going anywhere," he said, "not because the will says so, because I choose to stay, every day, until you believe it." She opened her mouth to answer. A door slammed somewhere in the house. Footsteps pounded down the hall, and then Onyeka's voice, raw and laughing, cut through the quiet like a blade through fog. "I got it," they called. "I got the job." The cheers that followed were not polite. They were loud, ragged, and collective. Feet hammering the stairs, voices overlapping, Pilar whoop, Tobin's startled laugh, Lel's sharp cry of triumph. Renske stepped back from Desmond. Her hand found his, held. "Come on," she said. "He's going to want witnesses." Desmond's mouth curved. "He has 40 of them." They walked out together, hands still linked, into the hall where the children had already gathered in a loose, jubilant knot around Onyeka, who stood with his phone pressed to his ear and his free hand punching the air. Mrs. Barbara appeared from the pantry, flour on her apron, and she did not ask what had happened. She just opened her arms. Onyeka ended the call and walked into them. The kitchen door swung shut behind Renske and Desmond, and the noise swallowed them, bright and irreverent and alive. Pilar was already sketching the scene. Tobin was counting something on his fingers. Nell had her arm around her brother's shoulders. Renske turned to Desmond. His eyes were on her, not the celebration. She squeezed his hand once. He squeezed back. And in the center of the chaos, with 40 children filling the hall with their voices, Renske let herself believe that this was not borrowed time. It was home. Above them, on the second-floor landing, the shadow by the window shifted. Someone was watching. Someone had been watching for a long time. The rust-colored glow on the glass pulsed once, steady and held. Chapter 78. On the second floor, 60 hands found rhythm. The song came from nowhere and everywhere. Marisol starting it in the kitchen, Pilar catching it on the stairs, Tobin's thin voice threading through the chorus. 40 children packed the hallway outside Onyeka's room, and Renske stood at the edge of them, Desmond's hand still in hers, watching the noise crest and break over the boy who had just claimed his future. Onyeka stood in the center, Mrs. Abra's arms still around him, his phone pressed against his chest. His face was wet. "I told them yes," he said. The cheer doubled. Pilar whooped from the staircase landing, her sketchbook sliding down her arm as she pumped both fists. Nell spun Tobin in a tight circle, and he let her, laughing, breathless. Deshawn leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, but his jaw working hard, and Marisol pressed both hands to her mouth. Renske did not move. She stood in the hallway, Desmond beside her, and she watched Onyeka accept the congratulations like a boy learning to hold something precious without crushing it. He caught her eye over the heads of the children. His chin lifted once. She nodded back. Mrs. Achterberg released him and turned toward the kitchen. "This calls for a proper meal, not the emergency rice I was planning. Real food." "I will help," Marisol said, already following. "I will supervise," Deshawn added, and the hallway laughed. The crowd began to dissolve into smaller clusters, the celebration spread through the house like light through a cracked window. Pilar cornered Onyeka by the stairs, her pencil already moving, demanding to know exactly what he would wear on his first day. Renske turned to Desmond. His gray eyes were soft in the dim hall light. "He did it." "He did," she said. "We should call Pendleton. Let him know the trust might need a lawyer's hands to wake it up." Desmond's mouth curved. "Tomorrow? Tonight? We let him have this." She wanted to argue. The instinct rose automatic, the need to plan, to secure, to make sure nothing slipped while they were celebrating. But she felt his thumb press into the side of her hand, and she let the instinct pass. "Tomorrow," she said. The celebration stretched late into the night. Mrs. Achterberg produced a stew from somewhere, bread that had been saved for an occasion, and a jar of preserved plums that Pilar claimed had been hidden since winter. The children ate in shifts, the older ones letting the younger ones go first, a choreography of care that Renske had not taught them. She watched from the kitchen doorway. Onyeka sat at the long table with Tobin on one side and Nell on the other, the twins flanking him like guards. Tobin asked him about the job, about the cannery come-up, about whether he would live in town or on the water. Nell listened, her hand on his wrist, holding him there. "I start 3 weeks from Monday," Onyeka said, "but I told them I needed 1 more week here. My last full week on the island." Nell's hand tightened. "And they said yes?" "They said yes." Tobin exhaled. "That is a long time. A whole week." 7 days, Onyeka said. "I plan to spend all of them making sure you remember how to find me." Desmond appeared at Renske's shoulder. "They are already learning to do that without maps." She looked at him. "You taught them." "Some of them. The important ones." He did not argue. His hand found the small of her back, rested there, and she let it. At 11:47 p.m., the house quieted. The younger children had been sent to bed, protesting, led by Deshawn and Marisol with firmness and patience. Pilar had retreated to her corner of the common room, sketching by lamplight. The twins had fallen asleep on the couch, Nell's head on Tobin's shoulder, their breathing synchronized. Renske sat at the kitchen table with the tin box open before her. Darren had gone to check the east wing door and the foundation crack. Onyeka was on the porch, alone, his phone dark in his hand. She heard the footsteps before he reached the door. "Can I sit?" She gestured to the chair across from her. Onyeka sat. He looked at the trust documents, at the photograph of the children on the porch, at her. "I do not know how to thank you," he said. You do not have to. That is not an answer. She set down her coffee. You are right. It is not. She leaned forward. You earned this. The interview, the job, the offer. I just watched. You kept the house open. We all kept the house open. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded paper, Nell's drawing, worn at the edges from being carried. He laid it on the table between them. I opened it on the ferry, he said, before the fog turned us back. Renske looked at the drawing, the open door, the figures waiting at the table, the threshold boy gesturing forward. I did not understand it then, Onyeka said. I think I do now. She waited. It is not about the house, he said. It is about knowing you can come back, that there will be someone here when you do. Tobin told her what to draw, Renske said. Nell does not see things. He does. Onyeka's jaw tightened. I know. They sat in the silence, the tin box between them, the drawing between them, the week ahead between them. I am going to spend this week making sure I deserve to come back, Onyeka said. You already do. I want to earn it anyway. Renske reached across the table and took his hand. Then we will help you. At 12:03 a.m., Desmond returned from the east wing with a flashlight and a grim expression. The foundation crack had not worsened, but the damp patch in the boiler room had spread another inch. He said nothing about it to the children. Renske met him in the hallway. Penlight? 3 inches. He rubbed his face. Juniper can brace it before the new residents arrive. We have time. Barely. We always have barely. He almost smiled. That is the Harrowgate way. She took his hand and they walked back to the kitchen together. The email arrived at 12:17 a.m. Renske heard her phone buzz on the table, the sound cutting through the quiet of the kitchen where she and Desmond sat across from each other. The tin box closed, the drawing folded, the coffee feed. She picked up the phone. The sender was Deputy Director Okonkwo. She read the message once, then again. Desmond watched her face. What is it? Renske set the phone down, screen facing him. The email was brief, clinical, and devastating. Provisional acceptance of Harrowgate Home's terms. Pilot designation deferred pending summer site development framework. Notify central office by Friday 5 p.m. with letter of intent. It was signed with Okonkwo's name, but below it, a single line of text that had been added by another hand. We will build the model together, or we will watch it burn. Desmond's face went still. The informant, Renske said. The one who has been texting me. They added that line. He picked up the phone and read it again. They are inside central office, and they are telling us the stakes. On the second floor, the rust-colored glow on the window pulsed once, steady, waiting. Chapter 79. The rain had stopped sometime in the hour before dawn, leaving the world rinsed and expectant. Light fell through the east windows in long, clean planes, catching the dust motes that hung in the air like slow gold. Renske stood in the kitchen doorway and watched. Mrs. Abrara had the stove going, soup stock simmering, onions softening in oil. The smell drifted through the hall, warm and grounding. Onyeka sat at the table with the trust documents spread before him, a pen in his hand, annotating margins in his careful script. Good morning, Renske said. He looked up. I could not sleep. Neither could I. She crossed to the coffee pot, poured, and leaned against the counter. Onyeka watched her with the same assessing look he had worn the night before, the one that said he was still learning to trust the shape of things. You are different, he said. Am I? Calmer. He set the pen down. Before, you looked like you were waiting for something to collapse. Now you look like you are already inside the door. Renske felt the words land somewhere deep, in the place she had spent years keeping closed. Maybe I am. She left him to his documents and walked to the hall. The staircase had been repaired. Juniper had come at dawn, her truck rattling up the drive with treated lumber and a box of screws. She was still there, crouched at the base of the third-floor landing, testing the new riser with her full weight. It held. Solid, Juniper said without looking up. This one will hold for 20 years, even with 40 kids running up and down. Thank you. Juniper stood, brushed sawdust from her knees. Do not thank me. Thank the house. It decided to cooperate this time. Renske climbed past her, up to the third floor, where the sealed room's window was still wedged shut with the splinter of trim. She pressed her palm flat against the wood. The scraping had not returned. Whatever had been inside, waiting, had gone quiet. Not gone, she knew. Quiet. The difference mattered. She walked back down, past the second-floor landing, where the rust-colored glow on the window had dimmed to a faint amber sheen, barely visible in the morning light. She touched the glass with her fingertips. It was warm. The rest of the house was waking. She heard Deshawn's voice from the common room, assigning tasks with the authority of someone who had been running routines longer than any adult. The tiny thud of small feet overhead. Water running in the bathroom. The low murmur of Mrs. Achterberg's voice singing something in Igbo as she stirred the pot. Renske stopped in the common room doorway. The ceiling crack had been patched, plastered, sanded. The dark gap that had once looked like a wound was now a clean seam, visible only if you knew where to look. Poller had drawn something over it, a thin line of blue that wound through the white like a thread. River, Poller said from her corner. The house has veins. That one carries water, not secrets. Renske nodded. It looks good. It looks lived in. Poller did not look up from her sketchbook. That is better. In the east wing, the damp patch in the boiler room had been braced, the foundation shack sealed with epoxy and steel straps. Juniper had worked through the night, and the smell of fresh concrete still hung in the air. When Renske pressed her hand to the wall, it was dry. She walked back to the front hall and found Desmond on the porch. He stood with his back to her, looking out at the yard ere the fog had finally lifted, revealing the roofline of the cannery in the distance, the ferry dock, the gray water of the spit. The air smelled of salt and wet earth and something green pushing through. She stepped out and stood beside him. The crack in the foundation, she said, repaired. I know. Juniper said it will hold. She said the same to me at 3 a.m. He glanced at her. I could not sleep either. Renske looked at his hands, resting on the porch railing. The same hands that had balanced ledgers and drawn closure plans. The same hands that had held hers in the kitchen, that had written agreements for 40 children, that had taken her mother's cracked watch from her wrist 3 nights ago and repaired the strap without a word. She kept wearing the watch. The cracks were still there. He had not erased them. Desmond. He turned. I want to tell you something, and I need you to hear it without arguing. His mouth quirked. That is a challenging request. I know. She took a breath. I have been carrying this house like it was my debt to pay. Like if I stopped working, stopped bleeding, stopped proving I was useful, I would wake up and find myself back where I started, alone, unclaimed. He did not interrupt. But I walked through the house this morning, and I saw the patches, the repairs, the children running their own routines. She looked at him. I did not do any of that alone. Onyeka negotiated his own terms. Mrs. Achterberg called in debts I did not know existed. Juniper braced the foundation. You wrote agreements for 40 children. You stopped a dissolution plan and stayed because you chose to. Yes, he said quietly. I do not know how to be someone who lets things be carried for her. Her voice cracked, just barely on the last word. But I am learning. Desmond reached over and took her hand. The touch was simple, no demand, no rescue, just his palm against hers, fingers threading through, the warmth of someone who had chosen to stand beside her. You do not have to be good at it tonight, he said. You just have to keep showing up. She turned her hand over and held his. Behind them, inside, the house was filling with noise. Marisol had started a song in the kitchen, something fast and funny that had the younger children laughing. Pilar's voice cut through, arguing about cards. Mrs. Abarvar's laugh, low and warm, answered something Renske could not hear. The house sounded alive. Desmond. Yes. She looked at him. At the notch through his eyebrow, the gray eyes that had softened since the day she met him. I am ready to call this home. He did not answer with words. He pulled her close, one hand at the small of her back, and pressed his mouth to her forehead. She felt his breath steady against her hair, felt the rhythm of his heartbeat through his shirt. Good, he said, because I already call it mine. They stood on the porch as the morning brightened, the ferry horn sounding in the distance, the children's voices rising and falling behind them. Harrowgate was scarred, legal, noisy, and alive. In the second-floor window, the rust-colored globe pulsed once, steady, and held. Chapter 80. Renske let herself stay in the circle of his arms a moment longer, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through his shirt, the warmth of his palm against her back. The ferry horn sounded again, closer now, and the morning light had shifted from gray to pale gold. She pulled back just far enough to look at him. There is something I have not said. Then say it. She took a breath. I have spent every day of my adult life trying to earn the right to stay somewhere. Every placement, every job, every child I fought for. I thought if I just gave enough, bled enough, carried enough, someone would finally let me belong. You were wrong, he said quietly. Not a judgment, a fact. I was wrong. She held his gaze. I was wrong because you cannot earn belonging. You can only let people choose you, and I have been too afraid to let anyone close enough to make that choice. Desmond did not look away. And now? Now I am saying yes. Her voice cracked on the word. To this house. To you. To a future that will keep asking hard things without requiring my ruin in return. He raised his free hand and touched her face, his thumb brushing the curve of her cheek. The gesture was simple, unhurried, as if he had all the time in the world to learn the shape of her. Say it again, he said. Yes. He kissed her. It was not the explosive, desperate kiss of the porch that first night, when everything had felt suspended between survival and collapse. This was different. This was deliberate. A slow, certain press of his mouth to hers, one hand at her jaw, the other still holding her hand at the small of her back. As if he had already decided and was only showing her the shape of his choice. When they broke apart, the ferry horn had faded, and the children's voices inside had risen to a pitch that sounded like an argument over cards. Desmond's mouth curved. We should go in before Pilar starts taking bets on how long we stayed out here. She already has. You talk to her? I do not have to. Renske took his hand and stepped toward the door. She is 14. She knows everything. They walked inside together, their fingers still laced. The front hall was chaos. Martiola had organized the younger children into a game that involved leaping across the floorboards without touching the gaps, and Tobin stood by the stairs with his index cards, tracking something on paper. Nell leaned over his shoulder, and Pilar sat in the corner with her sketchbook, pretending not to watch the doorway. Mrs. Okorafor emerged from the kitchen with a tray of teacups, took one look at Renske and Desmond's linked hands, and said nothing. She did not need to. Her face carried the satisfaction of someone who had watched a pot come to a slow, necessary boil. "The ferry will be here in 40 minutes, she said, setting the tray on the hall table. Onyeka wants to go to the mainland and file something at the county clerk's office. He says it is about the trust. Renske looked at Desmond. "Did you know about this?" "No, but I am not surprised." They found Onyeka in the kitchen, the rusted tin box open on the table, its contents spread across the surface in neat rows. He had annotated the trust document in pencil, adding dates and names in margins that had been bare for 15 years. "The scratched-out trustee," he said without looking up. "I think I know who it was." Renske sat across from him. Desmond stayed standing, one hand still loosely holding hers. "Tell us." Onyeka pushed the document toward her. A corner of the paper had been lifted, revealing a faint impression beneath the hole where the pen had torn through. Not enough to read the name, but enough to see that someone had pressed hard enough to leave a shadow. "There is a man named Colmer Sheehan," Onyeka said. "He worked for the county for 30 years, retired the same year this trust was voided and disappeared. No forwarding address, no obituary, no record of death. He just stopped existing on paper." Renske studied the indentation. The pressure marks formed a pattern she could almost read. An initial, a surname, something with an S. "How do you know this?" "Marisol's cousin works in county records. I called her last night." Onyeka met her eyes. Sheehan was the third trustee, and he was the one who buried the trust. "Can you prove it?" "I can try, but I need to get to the county clerk before they close for the weekend. The ferry leaves in 40 minutes. Desmond released Renske's hand and reached for his coat. "I will go with him." Renske looked at him. "You do not have to." He asked for proof. "I know how to fight it." Desmond's gray eyes held hers. "And I told you I would refill those accounts. I need to know how much was taken before I can put it back." She wanted to argue. The instinct rose in her throat, automatic, protective, the old need to handle everything herself so no one else could drop the weight. But she swallowed it. "Then go." Desmond paused, something flickering across his face. Surprise, maybe, or gratitude. "I will be back on the evening ferry." "I know." He turned to Onyeka. "Bring the document." Onyeka folded the trust papers into his jacket and stood. At the door, he looked back at Renske. "You look different." He said, "No, but I am not surprised." They found Onyeka in the kitchen, the rusted tin box open on the table, its contents spread across the surface in neat rows. He had annotated the trust document in pencil, adding dates and names in margins that had been bare for 15 years. "The scratched-out trustee," he said without looking up. "I think I know who it was." Renske sat across from him. Desmond stayed standing, one hand still loosely holding hers. "Tell us." Onyeka pushed the document toward her. A corner of the paper had been lifted, revealing a faint impression beneath the hole where the pen had torn through. Not enough to read the name, but enough to see that someone had pressed hard enough to leave a shadow. "There is a man named Colmer Sheehan," Onyeka said. "He worked for the county for 30 years. Retired the same year this trust was voided and disappeared. No forwarding address, no obituary, no record of death. He just stopped existing on paper." Renske studied the indentation. The pressure marks formed a pattern she could almost read. An initial, a surname, something with an S. "How do you know this?" "Marisol's cousin works in county records. I called her last night. Onyeka met her eyes. Shion was the third trustee, and he was the one who buried the trust. Can you prove it? I can try, but I need to get to the county clerk before they close for the weekend. The ferry leaves in 4 minutes. Desmond released Renske's hand and reached for his coat. I will go with him. Renske looked at him. You do not have to. He asked for proof. I know how to find it. Desmond's gray eyes held hers. And I told you I would refill those accounts. I know to know how much was taken before I can put it back. She wanted to argue. The instinct rose in her throat, automatic, protective, the old need to handle everything herself so no one else could drop the weight. But she swallowed it. Then go. Desmond paused, something flickering across his face. Surprise, maybe, or gratitude. I will be back on the evening ferry. I know. He turned to Onyeka. Bring the document. Onyeka folded the trust papers into his jacket and stood. At the door, he looked back at Renske. You look different, he said, to the detail. The steeps, the palms, the desk and stores, carry of Norving me. You felt them sunning without him, and I can absolutely rest for a bed. I can come on Onyeka completely immediately deep. You don't want to go first. Ronilla had completely pressed Wonderly Childs. Running carries it down to the best is equalist to the time from the arms. I imagine they were overluckily grateful for the attended ride, niche for the names of blonding that I Deverly Azo. The loggle was the spiritual essipations of margins, and the Ayasani sears the women as they emerge, and they suddenly speak clear. They have taken a nothing but you despite this week. They am under entirely toy. I know water voice because climb on a little heaven, the only she was look on my fall. The rest in didn't is that I pan the man, and the high scaler, alive, sick.